Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The desert night held its breath as Ethan Hayes stood motionless at the edge of his property, staring out across the darkened plains. The moon hung impossibly large in the sky, casting everything in a pale silver light that transformed the familiar landscape into something alien and mysterious. The wind whispered through the scrub brush, carrying the scent of dust and sage, and something else, something metallic and cold, that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "You're letting old stories get to you," he muttered to himself, adjusting the worn hat on his head. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on the distant silver ribbon that cut across the landscape, the abandoned railway line that hadn't seen a train in nearly 20 years. Not a living train, anyway, if the stories were to be believed. Ethan had inherited the small ranch 6 months ago after his uncle passed, leaving behind weathered buildings, a modest herd, and a peculiar warning scribbled on a piece of paper tucked inside his will. "Stay away from the tracks on the full moon." No explanation, no elaboration, just those 7 words in his uncle's shaky handwriting. Ethan had dismissed it as the ramblings of an old man whose mind had begun to wander in his final years. Until tonight. Tonight, with the moon full and bright overhead, he'd heard it. The distant, mournful wail of a train whistle carrying across the empty desert. A sound that had no business existing in this forgotten corner of New Austin, miles from any active railway. A coyote called in the distance, the sound immediately swallowed by the vast emptiness. Ethan shivered despite the lingering warmth of the day still radiating from the earth. He should go back inside, pour himself a glass of whiskey, and forget about train whistles and cryptic warnings. That would be the sensible thing to do. Instead, he found himself walking toward the stable. The ride to the abandoned tracks took less than 30 minutes. Hester, his bay mare, seemed unusually skittish, her ears flicking nervously as they approached the raised embankment where the railway line cut across the landscape. Ethan patted her neck reassuringly, though his own heart hammered against his ribs with growing apprehension. He dismounted at a safe distance, tethering Hester to the skeletal remains of a mesquite tree. "I won't be long, girl," he promised, though he had no idea what he expected to find, or what he hoped to find. The railway itself was little more than a memory etched into the land. Wooden ties rotted into the earth, their surfaces bleached grey by decades of relentless sun. The iron rails remained, though rust had claimed them so thoroughly that they appeared more red than silver in the moonlight. Desert plants had reclaimed much of the right-of-ways, creosote bushes and prickly pear growing between the rails, as if to erase all evidence of man's brief intrusion into the wilderness. Ethan walked along the track, careful of his footing on the uneven ground. The stories had always been vague, whispered accounts of a phantom train that appeared only on certain nights when the moon was full, gliding silently along these abandoned tracks. No one seemed to know where it came from or where it was bound. The tales varied in their telling, but all agreed on one detail. The train carried those who had vanished without trace. Souls caught between worlds, eternally journeying through the night. "Nonsense," Ethan said aloud, his voice startlingly loud in the stillness. He had almost convinced himself to turn back when he felt it, a vibration running through the rails, so faint he thought he might have imagined it. But then it grew stronger, a distant trembling that travelled up through the soles of his boots. Behind him, Hester whinnied nervously, pulling at her tether, and then, impossibly, a light appeared in the distance. It shouldn't have been there. There was nothing for miles in that direction except desert and sky, yet there it was, a faint yellowish glow that steadily grew brighter, like a star descending to Earth. Ethan stood transfixed, unable to move as the light gradually took shape, becoming the unmistakable round lamp of a locomotive. No sound accompanied it. No chuffing of steam, no clatter of wheels on tracks, no scream of metal against metal. Just that light, growing larger, bearing down on him with inexorable purpose. Behind it, shadows began to take form. The silhouette of an antique locomotive, passenger cars with windows aglow with the same strange yellow light. "Jesus Christ," Ethan whispered, finally breaking from his trance. He stumbled backwards, nearly falling as he scrambled away from the tracks. The phantom train approached with unnatural smoothness, as if floating just above the rusted rails rather than riding upon them. As the locomotive drew level with his position, Ethan could make out details that sent ice through his veins. The metal was blackened, not with rust, but with what looked like scorch marks. The windows of the cab were empty. No engineer, no fireman, just that unwavering yellow light emanating from within. Above the cowcatcher, embossed in faded gold lettering, a name, Midnight Limited. Ethan stood paralyzed as the passenger cars began to slide past. Through the windows he could make out the silhouettes of passengers, men and women seated normally, as if on any ordinary journey. Some appeared to be reading, others gazing out at the moonlit landscape. One figure, standing in the aisle of the third car, turned toward Ethan as it passed, its featureless face seeming to regard him for one chilling moment before the car slid away into the night. The caboose passed last, its red lantern glowing with the same otherworldly light as the headlamp, and then the phantom train was gone, continuing its journey across the desert towards some unknown destination, the light diminishing until it was little more than a pinprick in the distance, and then nothing at all. Only when it had completely vanished did Ethan realize he was holding his breath. He exhaled shakily, his legs suddenly weak beneath him. He staggered back to Hester, who stood trembling, her eyes wide with fear. "You saw it too, didn't you, girl?" he whispered, stroking her neck. "I'm not losing my mind." The ride back to the ranch passed in a blur. Ethan's thoughts tumbled over themselves, trying to make sense of what he had witnessed. Ghost stories were one thing when shared around a campfire with a bottle of whiskey to ease their impact. They were something else entirely when they materialized before your eyes on a lonely stretch of abandoned railway. His uncle's warning now seemed less like the rambling of an old man and more like a prudent caution born of experience. Had his uncle seen the phantom train as well? What else had he known that he'd taken to his grave? Ethan unsaddled Hester mechanically, his movements automatic as his mind replayed the vision of that silent, gliding train with its faceless passengers. Only when he entered the ranch house, lamp lit against the darkness, did a new thought strike him, one that sent a different kind of chill through his body. His parents had disappeared 20 years ago, their wagon found abandoned near those very tracks. No bodies, no blood, no sign of struggle. They had simply vanished without trace, leaving behind a 10-year-old boy to be raised by his uncle. For years, Ethan had imagined countless scenarios: an attack by bandits, a catastrophic accident, even the possibility that they had deliberately abandoned him, though he had never truly believed the latter. Now, a new possibility presented itself, one that defied rational thought but aligned with what he had just witnessed. Had his parents been aboard that ghostly train? The question haunted him through a sleepless night and into the grey light of dawn. As sunlight gradually reclaimed the land, the previous night's experience took on a dreamlike quality. Had he actually seen a phantom train, or had he fallen asleep in the saddle and dreamed the entire encounter? The rational part of his mind insisted on the latter explanation, yet something deeper knew the truth. After a breakfast he barely tasted, Ethan made a decision. If answers existed, there was one person in town who might have them. The town of Gaptooth Ridge had seen better days. Once a prosperous mining community, it had dwindled to little more than a collection of weathered buildings clustered around a dusty main street as the mines played out and the railway ceased operations. The station building remained, though its paint had long since surrendered to the elements, leaving bleached wood the color of old bone. Station Master Holloway had been ancient when Ethan was a boy, and the intervening years had done little to improve his decrepit appearance. His spine curved like a question mark, forcing him to peer up at the world from beneath bushy white eyebrows. Most folks in town considered him half senile, spinning yarns about the glory days of the railway to anyone unfortunate enough to be cornered by him. But if anyone knew about a phantom train, it would be Holloway. Ethan found him on the station platform, seated in a rocking chair that creaked in rhythm with the old man's movements. Despite the heat, Holloway wore a threadbare station master's uniform, complete with a tarnished pocket watch on a chain. He squinted up at Ethan as he approached, recognition dawning slowly in his rheumy eyes. "Well now, if it ain't little Ethan Hayes. Except you ain't so little anymore, are you? Good morning, Mr. Holloway. Mind if I join you?" The old man gestured to an empty crate nearby. "Free country, or so they say. What brings you to see an old relic like me? Ain't much call for tickets these days." He chuckled at his own joke, the sound dissolving into a wheezing cough. Ethan settled onto the crate, considering how to broach the subject without sounding like he'd lost his mind. Directness seemed the best approach. "I saw something strange last night, out by the old tracks near my uncle's ranch." Holloway's rocking ceased abruptly, the chair giving one final protesting creak before falling silent. "Did you now? Full moon last night, wasn't it?" The casual way he asked sent a chill down Ethan's spine. "Yes, it was. I saw a train, Mr. Holloway. A train where no train should be, running on tracks that haven't seen use in decades." The old man's gaze drifted past Ethan to the empty tracks below the platform, his eyes taking on a distant quality. "The Midnight Limited," he said softly. "She still makes her run, then. You know about it?" Ethan leaned forward, heartbeat quickening. "Know about it?" Holloway's laugh held no humor. "Boy, I was there the night she made her last official journey. October 17, 1883. The night everything went wrong." The date hit Ethan like a physical blow. "That's 40 years ago. 40 years, 2 months and 11 days to be precise." Holloway tapped his pocket watch. "Time's my business, or it was." The Midnight Limited was the pride of the line. Express service connecting Saint Denis to Blackwater, with stops at all major settlements along the way. Finest accommodations, dining car with silver service, sleeping compartments with real beds, not those fold-down affairs other lines used. He paused, his gaze still fixed on the empty tracks. October 17 was clear, just like today. Full moon, too. The Limited was running late. Unusual, but not unheard of. Storm had washed out a section of track near Riggs Station, forcing a detour. She arrived here just before midnight, took on water, then continued west. Another pause, longer this time. When Holloway spoke again, his voice had dropped to little more than a whisper. She never reached Armadillo. Somewhere between here and there, the Midnight Limited simply vanished. 57 passengers and crew gone without a trace. What happened to it? Ethan asked, though he already suspected the answer. Official story. Train robbers. Gang called the Evans Boys was active in the region. Theory was they derailed the train, murdered everyone aboard, and somehow disposed of all evidence. Bodies, luggage, even the locomotive and cars themselves. Holloway shook his head. Nonsense, of course. No gang, no matter how organized, could make an entire train disappear without trace. Search parties combed every inch of that line, nothing. But you don't believe that's what happened. What I believe don't matter much these days. But no, that ain't what happened to the Midnight Limited. The old man finally turned to look directly at Ethan, his eyes suddenly sharp and clear. First time I heard about the phantom train was about a year after the disappearance. Cattle herder claimed he saw the Limited running full steam along the tracks near Twin Rocks, silent as a church mouse except for the whistle. Called him a drunk and a liar. Holloway resumed his rocking, the chair protesting beneath his meager weight. Then others started seeing it. Always on the full moon, always following the old route. After a while, stories began circulating about who was aboard. Folks claimed to see loved ones who'd gone missing over the years. Not just passengers from the original train, but others. People who'd disappeared without trace, their fates unknown. Like my parents, Ethan said quietly. The old man's rocking slowed again. Your folk went missing near those tracks, didn't they? About 20 years back. Yes, no one ever found out what happened to them. Holloway nodded slowly. Some say the Midnight Limited collects those who are lost, souls with no proper resting place. Others say it's purgatory on wheels, forever journeying but never arriving. He sighed heavily. All I know is that something unnatural happens on that line when the moon is full. Something beyond my understanding, and I've had 40 years to try making sense of it. Have you ever seen it yourself? Ethan asked. Once, Holloway admitted. 5 years after it vanished. Thought I'd prove the story's false, so I camped out by the tracks on the full moon. Saw it clear as I'm seeing you now, and I saw who was driving her. The old man's voice had grown so quiet that Ethan had to lean closer to hear. The engineer on the last official run of the Midnight Limited was a man named Barnaby Wade. Worked the line for 27 years without incident. Reliable as sunrise. I knew him well, shared more than a few bottles over the years. When that train came rolling past my camp, I saw Barnaby at the controls, plain as day. Only he swallowed hard. Only his face wasn't right, empty somehow, like someone had erased his features. A shiver ran through Ethan, despite the growing heat of the day. The description matched exactly what he had seen the previous night. Figures with the suggestion of human form, but no distinguishing features. Why does it appear? He asked. Is it trying to tell us something about what happened? Holloway shrugged his narrow shoulders. Who can say why the dead do what they do? Maybe they're trying to tell us something. Maybe they're just repeating their last journey over and over, like one of them player piano rolls. He fixed Ethan with a penetrating stare. Why'd you go out there, boy? What were you hoping to see? The question caught Ethan off guard. What had drawn him to those abandoned tracks in the middle of the night? Curiosity about his uncle's warning? Or something deeper? A connection to the parents he had lost, whose faces had grown increasingly blurry in his memory with each passing year? I heard a train whistle, he said finally. I wanted to know if the stories were true. And now you know, Holloway said, his tone suggesting that knowledge wasn't always the blessing people imagined it to be. What do you aim to do with that knowledge? It was a question Ethan had been asking himself since witnessing the phantom train. What could he possibly do with such an experience? Who would believe him, besides a half-senile old station master and perhaps a few superstitious locals? I don't know, he admitted, but I feel like there's more to understand. Like seeing that train was just the beginning of something, not the end. Holloway nodded slowly, as if Ethan had confirmed something he already suspected. The full moon comes around every month, boy. The Midnight Limited makes its run, whether there's witnesses or not. He hesitated, then added, but be careful. Some things ain't meant to be understood by the living. Some mysteries belong to the dead alone. The conversation left Ethan with more questions than answers, but at least he now had confirmation that he wasn't losing his mind. The phantom train was real, or as real as anything supernatural could be. It had been seen by others over the decades, its appearances consistent enough to generate local legend. But the most pressing question remained unanswered. Had his parents been aboard that ghostly train? And if so, what did that mean about their fate? The ride back to the ranch gave him ample time to consider his next steps. The sensible option was to put the whole experience behind him. He had a ranch to run, cattle to tend, a life to live that had no room for chasing ghosts across the desert. His uncle would have advised exactly that. Perhaps that's why his warning had been so terse. Stay away from the tracks on the full moon. Simple, direct, and entirely ignored. Yet, as the ranch came into view, Ethan knew he couldn't simply forget what he had seen. The phantom train had awakened questions that had lain dormant for 20 years. Questions about his parents' disappearance, about the nature of life and death, about what might exist in the spaces between the world he knew and realms beyond understanding. He would return to the tracks on the next full moon, but this time, he wouldn't go alone. Jacob Wells had been Ethan's closest friend since childhood, the two of them navigating the complexities of growing up half-orphaned in a remote settlement. While Ethan had lost both parents, Jacob had lost his father to a mining accident, creating a bond of shared loss that had survived into adulthood. Now, Jacob worked as a cowhand on a neighboring ranch, his natural affinity with horses making him one of the most sought-after wranglers in the region. He was also the most skeptical person Ethan knew. "Let me get this straight," Jacob said, leaning against the corral fence as the setting sun painted the western sky in shades of orange and gold. "You're claiming you saw a ghost train running on abandoned tracks, and you want me to come with you to see it next month." Put that way, it did sound ridiculous. Ethan sighed, pushing his hat back on his head. "I know how it sounds, Jake, but I saw it. Clear as day, or clear as night, I suppose. And old man Holloway backed up your story. The same Holloway who claims he once arm-wrestled the governor of West Elizabeth for ownership of his pocket watch. He's not as addled as people think," Ethan defended. "He knows the history of that train. The details match what I saw." Jacob shook his head, a half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ethan, we've been friends too long for me to call you a liar. If you say you saw something out there, I believe you saw something. But a phantom train carrying lost souls, that's a stretch even for these parts." "I'm not asking you to believe me," Ethan said. I'm asking you to come with me and see for yourself. Next full moon, one night. And if nothing appears, if we spend the whole night freezing our backsides off by some rusty tracks, and dawn breaks with nothing to show for it except saddle sores, then I'll admit I might have dreamed the whole thing, and you can hold it over my head for the rest of our natural lives. Ethan extended his hand. Deal? Jacob regarded the offered hand with mock suspicion before grasping it firmly. Deal. But you're bringing the whiskey. If I'm giving up a night's sleep to chase ghost stories, I expect proper compensation. The agreement lightened Ethan's mood considerably. Having Jacob along would serve multiple purposes. For one, his friend's skeptical nature would help ensure Ethan wasn't simply seeing what he wanted or expected to see. For another, Jacob's presence would make the whole endeavor seem less like a descent into obsession and more like an adventure shared between friends. But as the day of the full moon approached, Ethan found himself growing increasingly anxious. What if the train didn't appear this time? Jacob would never let him hear the end of it. Worse, Ethan himself might begin to doubt his own experience, perhaps convincing himself it had been nothing more than an unusually vivid dream. And what if it did appear? What would they do then? Holloway's warning echoed in his mind. Some things ain't meant to be understood by the living. Some mysteries belong to the dead alone. The afternoon before their planned excursion, Ethan made another trip into town. He told himself he was going for supplies, but his feet carried him inevitably back to the abandoned station, where Holloway maintained his solitary vigil. The old man appeared to have aged noticeably in the weeks since their last conversation, his skin more parchment-like, his breathing more labored as he rocked in his eternal chair. He showed no surprise at Ethan's return. "You're going back out there," he stated without preamble. Not a question, but a recognition of inevitable fact. "Yes," Ethan confirmed, taking his seat on the crate. "Tonight. My friend Jacob's coming with me." Holloway nodded slowly, his eyes on the distant horizon, where heat waves shimmered above the tracks. "Thought you might. You've got that look about you. Same look the others had." Over the years, folks have become drawn to the Midnight Limited, especially those who lost someone without explanation, like your parents. Holloway's breathing became more ragged, as if the conversation was costing him precious energy. Something about that train calls to them, promises answers maybe, or just a glimpse of what might have been. And did they find what they were looking for? Ethan asked. The old man's silence was answer enough. "What should I do?" Ethan finally asked. "Just watch? Try to communicate somehow?" "Do?" Holloway's laugh dissolved into a wheezing cough. "Boy, there ain't nothing to do about the Midnight Limited. She exists outside our understanding, beyond our reach. You can watch her pass, but that's all most folks get to do." "Most folks?" Holloway fixed him with a penetrating stare. "There was a woman, about 15 years back, lost her husband and son on a hunting trip. Bodies never found. She'd seen the train 3 full moons running, swore she saw them aboard. On the 4th moon, witnesses said he hesitated. Well, they said she stepped aboard." A chill ran down Ethan's spine despite the afternoon heat. "What happened to her?" "Never seen again," Holloway said simply. "Course, folks round here decided she just moved on, couldn't bear the memories, but I knew better. The Midnight Limited took her, same as it took her family. Same as it took my friend Barnaby and all those passengers 40 years ago. Are you saying the train abducts people?" The idea sent a wave of unease through Ethan. No, no. Holloway shook his head emphatically. That woman chose to step aboard. Way I figure it, the Midnight Limited only takes those who belong with it one way or another. Those who are already lost, or those who choose to be. But why? What's the purpose of it all? The old man's rheumy eyes seemed to look through Ethan rather than at him. Purpose? Since when does death need a purpose, boy? People die, souls move on, maybe some get caught somehow, trapped between here and whatever comes next. Maybe the Midnight Limited is their way of traveling that in-between space, forever journeying toward a destination they never reach. But he leaned forward suddenly, his voice dropping to a whisper. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe that train wreck 40 years ago tore a hole between worlds, and what we're seeing is just a shadow, an echo of what happened, replaying over and over like a scratched phonograph record. Neither explanation offered much comfort, nor did they address the question that had been gnawing at Ethan since his encounter with the phantom train. And my parents? Do you think they're aboard because they died near those tracks? Or because they were taken somehow? That, boy, is something only the Midnight Limited can answer. Holloway settled back in his chair, his burst of energy apparently spent, and it only answers to those willing to risk everything to hear it speak. The full moon rose as Ethan and Jacob made their way to the abandoned railway line. They had come prepared for a long night, blankets to ward off the desert chill, a small flask of whiskey for what Jacob termed spiritual fortification, and patience, born of different expectations. Jacob remained skeptical despite his promise to keep an open mind. Ethan carried the certainty of one who had witnessed the impossible firsthand. They settled in the same spot where Ethan had encountered the phantom train before, close enough to observe the tracks clearly, but far enough that their horses wouldn't panic if the Midnight Limited made its supernatural appearance. Conversation flowed easily between them, covering everything from ranch business to Jacob's persistent attempts to court the blacksmith's daughter in town, deliberately avoiding the subject that had brought them to this isolated location until the appointed hour drew near. As midnight approached, the now familiar silence descended upon the desert. No coyote calls, no insect sounds, not even the whisper of wind through the scrub brush. Nature itself seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of boundaries thinning between worlds. "It's getting awfully quiet," Jacob observed, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness, like everything's waiting for something. Ethan nodded, his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon where the tracks disappeared into darkness. "Listen for the vibration in the rails. That's the first sign." They sat in tense silence as midnight came and went. 5 minutes passed, then 10, with no hint of the phantom train's approach. Ethan felt disappointment begin to settle in his chest. Had he somehow misunderstood the Midnight Limited's patterns? Perhaps it didn't appear on consecutive full moons, or maybe his initial sighting had been some rare anomaly. "Maybe it's running late," Jacob suggested without much conviction. "Ghost trains probably don't keep the most reliable schedules." Ethan managed a small smile at the attempt at humor, but his attention remained fixed on the empty tracks stretching away into darkness. He had been so certain the train would appear again, so eager to have Jacob witness the phenomenon that had haunted his thoughts for the past month. Another few minutes passed in silence. Jacob had just opened his mouth, likely to suggest they call it a night, when Ethan felt it. That faint vibration in the rails, traveling through the earth to where they sat. Jacob felt it too, his body tensing as he glanced questioningly at Ethan. "It's coming," Ethan said simply, rising to his feet. Jacob stood as well, his expression a mixture of anticipation and trepidation as he followed Ethan's gaze to the eastern horizon. At first, there was nothing to see, just the empty desert stretching away under the moonlight. Then a point of light appeared, growing steadily brighter as it approached along the abandoned railway. Jesus, Jacob breathed, his skepticism evaporating like morning dew in the desert sun. You weren't making it up. The phantom train approached just as it had before, silent except for that distant, mournful whistle that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The yellowish glow of its headlamp grew stronger, illuminating the rusted rails ahead of its passage, and behind it, the silhouettes of passenger cars, with windows aglow, moving with unnatural smoothness across the deteriorated track. As the locomotive drew nearer, Jacob took an involuntary step backward. "This is impossible," he whispered. "Those tracks couldn't support a handcar, let alone a full train." "It's not riding on the tracks," Ethan said, remembering his previous observation. "It's floating just above them, following the route, but not actually touching the rails." The Midnight Limited glided past their position, close enough that Ethan could once again make out the scorched appearance of the locomotive and the faded gold lettering of its name. The cab windows remained empty of any human presence, though the yellow light emanated from within as before. Then came the passenger cars, their windows revealing the silhouettes of travelers seated as if on any ordinary journey. Ethan scanned them desperately, searching for any figure that might resemble his parents, but the featureless shadows offered no distinguishing characteristics. "The people," Jacob said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "They have no faces." "I know," Ethan replied, his eyes still scanning the passing windows. "What are they? Ghosts?" "I don't know. Maybe echoes, like Holloway said. Impressions left behind by whatever happened to the original train." The last passenger car was approaching when Ethan saw it. A figure standing in the aisle turned toward the window as if looking directly at him. Unlike his previous encounter, when the figure had seemed to notice him only in passing, this one remained fixed on his position, its featureless face somehow conveying intent despite lacking eyes to focus or expression to read. And then, impossibly, it raised a hand and beckoned. The gesture was unmistakable, a clear invitation to approach. Ethan found himself moving forward without conscious decision, drawn by that simple motion and the possibility it represented. Jacob's hand clamped onto his arm, pulling him back. "What are you doing?" "It wants me to come closer," Ethan said, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. "Are you insane? That's a ghost train. You don't know what will happen if you get too close." As Ethan hesitated, torn between Jacob's restraining grip and the compelling beckoning from the train, he noticed a second figure had joined the first at the window. Smaller, more delicate in build, it stood close to the first figure in a posture that struck Ethan as achingly familiar. "My parents," he whispered, the words barely audible above the strange stillness that surrounded the phantom train's passage. "I think that's my parents." Jacob's grip on his arm tightened. "Ethan, listen to me. Whatever you're seeing, whatever you think is calling to you, it isn't natural. Nothing good comes from chasing ghosts." But the figures at the window continued their beckoning more urgently now as the car began to move past their position. Ethan could feel the pull of their invitation, not a physical force, but something deeper, a connection that transcended normal understanding. These weren't random specters. They were the parents he had lost 20 years ago, reaching out across whatever divide separated their existence from his. "I have to know, Jake," he said, gently but firmly removing his friend's restraining hand. "I have to understand what happened to them." Before Jacob could protest further, Ethan moved toward the tracks, closing the distance between himself and the passing car. The window with the beckoning figures was sliding past now, nearly beyond his position. If he was going to act, It had to be now. The door at the end of the car slid open as he approached, a phantom portal leading into the dimly illuminated interior. It hung suspended before him, moving at the exact pace of his walk as he found himself following alongside the car. An invitation, a possibility, a choice. "What happened to you?" Ethan called out, unsure if sound could penetrate whatever veil separated their realities. "How did you end up on this train?" No answer came in words, but the male figure, his father, gestured toward the open door with unmistakable meaning. If Ethan wanted answers, they wouldn't come from standing safely outside. He would have to enter. "Ethan, don't!" Jacob was running toward him now, fear evident in every line of his body. "Whatever you're thinking, it's not worth it." Perhaps he was right. Perhaps nothing was worth the risk of stepping aboard a phantom train bound for who knew where. Yet as the car continued its passage and the door began to move beyond his reach, Ethan felt 20 years of uncertainty crystallize into a single, undeniable need. To know the truth, whatever it might be. His hand reached out, fingers brushing the cold metal of the handrail beside the door. It felt solid, real, not the insubstantial mist he had half expected. Behind him, Jacob's running footsteps pounded on the hard desert earth, growing closer with each second. Then several things happened at once. Jacob's hand closed on Ethan's shoulder, pulling him back with desperate strength. The phantom train's whistle sounded, louder now, more present, as if crossing some threshold between worlds. And Ethan's boot slipped on the loose gravel beside the rail, sending him stumbling forward. His body collided with the open doorway of the passing car, the momentum carrying him across the threshold despite Jacob's restraining grip. For one suspended moment, Ethan existed in both worlds. His upper body inside the phantom car, his legs still on the solid ground of the desert. Jacob's hands still clutching his shirt. "Let go!" The words tore from his throat, directed not at Jacob but at whatever force was pulling him inward. The interior of the car seemed to swirl with yellow-tinged mist, obscuring details beyond a few feet of the entrance. "I've changed my mind." But it was too late. The inexorable pull of the train's passage, combined with his own forward momentum, overcame Jacob's desperate grasp. Ethan felt the fabric of his shirt tear, heard his friend's cry of alarm, and then he was fully inside the car, tumbling to the floor as the door slid shut behind him with the finality of a coffin lid closing. The sensation was disorienting, like being submerged in thick water while simultaneously feeling lighter than air. The yellow mist that filled the car seemed to both obscure his vision and sharpen it, revealing details one moment only to cloud them the next. Beneath him, the floor felt solid yet insubstantial, as if it might dissolve into vapor if he concentrated too hard on its reality. "Hello?" His voice sounded strange in his own ears, muffled yet somehow carrying further than it should. "Mom? Dad?" Movement in the mist drew his attention. The figures he had seen through the window approached, their outlines becoming clearer as they drew near. Still featureless, still more suggestion than substance, yet unmistakably his parents in how they moved, in the shapes they formed. His father reached him first, extending a hand to help him rise. Ethan hesitated only briefly before accepting it, half expecting his fingers to pass through the apparition. Instead, he felt solid pressure, cold but undeniably real, pulling him to his feet. "Is it really you?" Ethan asked, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. After all this time, no verbal response came, but the female figure, his mother, moved closer, reaching out to touch his face with ethereal fingers that left trails of cold across his skin. The gesture was achingly familiar, a caress she had bestowed countless times in his childhood. There could be no doubt, whatever these entities were, they retained the essence of his parents. Around them, the car seemed to expand and contract, the yellow mist thinning to reveal other passengers seated in rows, all faceless, all motionless, all watching the reunion with the eyeless attention of statues. The sensation of being observed by dozens of featureless faces sent a chill down Ethan's spine. "What happened to you?" he asked again, looking between the two spectral figures. "How did you end up on this train?" His father's figure gestured toward the rear of the car, then began moving in that direction, clearly expecting Ethan to follow. His mother's spectre lingered momentarily, her hand squeezing his in what felt like reassurance, before she too turned to follow her husband. Ethan glanced back at the door through which he had entered. Beyond its window, the moonlit desert was still visible, though distorted as if viewed through warped glass. Of Jacob there was no sign. Either his friend had fallen behind as the train continued its journey, or the door no longer opened onto the world Ethan had left behind. The realization sent a flutter of panic through his chest. What if there was no way back? What if, by stepping aboard the Midnight Limited, he had committed himself to the same fate as its other passengers, endlessly journeying through the liminal space between life and death? But he had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath of the strange, cool air that filled the car, Ethan followed his parents' specters toward whatever revelation awaited. The passage through the car felt longer than its external dimensions would suggest. They moved past rows of seated figures, none of whom turned to acknowledge their passage, despite the strange awareness Ethan could feel emanating from them. At the far end, a door similar to the one through which he had entered stood closed, its window showing only darkness beyond. His father's spectre paused before this door, turning toward Ethan with a gesture that somehow conveyed significance, despite the figure's lack of expression. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached toward the door handle and pulled. The door slid open to reveal not the coupling between cars that Ethan had expected, but a scene from the past, rendered in the same yellowish light that permeated the train's interior. A stretch of the very same railway they now traveled, but new, rails gleaming in sunlight, wooden ties fresh and dark with creosote, the right-of-way clear of the encroaching desert vegetation. And there, by the side of the tracks, a familiar wagon with two horses tethered nearby. Ethan recognized it immediately from the descriptions in the sheriff's report he had read countless times as a teenager. His parents' wagon, abandoned but undamaged, containing all their possessions save themselves. In this phantom replay, however, the wagon was not abandoned. His parents, now fully realized with faces and expressions rather than blank voids, were unloading supplies. His father knelt by the fire ring they had created, starting a small blaze for their evening meal. His mother arranged bedrolls in the wagon's bed, preparing for a night under the stars. An ordinary scene, mundane in its details, yet Ethan found himself transfixed. This was the last normal moment his parents had experienced, the calm before whatever catastrophe had taken them from him. He watched, barely breathing, as the scene continued to unfold. The first indication of trouble came as twilight deepened in the phantom tableau. His father stood suddenly, hand moving to the revolver at his hip as he peered into the gathering darkness. His mother paused in her preparations, instantly alert to her husband's tension. From beyond the edge of the firelight, figures appeared. Not the featureless specters of the train's passengers, but solid human forms wrapped in duster coats, bandanas pulled up to cover the lower half of their faces, eyes shadowed beneath wide-brimmed hats. 3 of them, revolvers already drawn. Bandits, Ethan whispered, the explanation he had been given as a child finally confirmed before his eyes. Yet something felt wrong about the scene, some detail that didn't align with the simple robbery gone wrong he had always imagined. The leader of the group stepped forward, saying something Ethan couldn't hear, the vision unfolding in complete silence like a stage play performed behind glass. His father responded, hands raised in what appeared to be a calming gesture. The situation seemed tense but controlled, not immediately violent. Then everything changed. The leader looked past Ethan's father, focusing on something by the railway line. His posture shifted from threatening to alarmed, and he gestured urgently to his companions. Whatever he had seen had disrupted the robbery in progress. All figures in the scene turned toward the tracks, expressions transforming to shock and disbelief. A yellow glow began to illuminate their faces, the same distinctive light that filled the phantom train. The bandits backed away, clearly terrified. Ethan's parents stood frozen, watching something approach along the rails. With stomach-dropping certainty, Ethan knew what they were seeing. The Midnight Limited, appearing where no train should be, its phantom form manifesting not just on the full moon, but in this moment, 20 years in the past. The scene began to blur at the edges, details becoming indistinct as the yellow mist thickened. But Ethan could still make out his parents, standing together as the bandits fled into the darkness. The phantom light grew stronger, washing out colors and features, consuming the scene in its unearthly glow. The last clear image was of his parents turning toward each other, his father's arm wrapping protectively around his mother's shoulders as they faced the approaching phenomenon together. Then they simply faded, their forms becoming translucent before disappearing completely, leaving only the abandoned wagon illuminated by the dying campfire. The door slid closed, cutting off the vision and returning Ethan to the interior of the phantom train. His parents' specters stood before him, once again featureless, yet somehow conveying a question. Do you understand now? The train took you, Ethan said, realization dawning with cold clarity. It appeared to you that night, just as it appeared to me. But why? What makes you different from the bandits who fled? Why were you taken when they were not? No answer came in words, but his father's spectre gestured further along the car, indicating they should continue their journey. Ethan hesitated, the implications of what he had witnessed settling heavily upon him. The Midnight Limited was not just a ghost train. It was the agent of his parents' disappearance, the force that had transformed them from living beings to these featureless specters. And he had willingly stepped aboard. The thought sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the cool, misty atmosphere of the car. Had he made a terrible mistake? Holloway's words echoed in his memory. The Midnight Limited only takes those who belong with it, one way or another, those who are already lost or those who choose to be. Had he chosen to be lost by entering the train? Was there any way back to the world he had left behind, or had he committed himself to the same endless journey as the other passengers? His mother's spectre moved closer, placing a comforting hand on his arm as if sensing his distress. The touch was cold yet somehow warm with familiar affection, and Ethan felt some of his panic subside. Whatever fate awaited him, he was not facing it alone. "All right," he said finally, "show me the rest." They moved through the door at the end of the car, passing into what appeared to be a small compartment rather than another passenger car. Unlike the misty, yellow-lit interior of the previous space, this room was clearly defined. A private sleeping compartment with a single bench seat, a small table, and a window that showed impossible landscapes flowing past. Forests gave way to mountains, mountains to plains, plains to oceanscapes, all within the span of moments, as if the train were traveling not just through physical space, but through realms beyond normal geography. As Ethan stood uncertainly in the center of the compartment, the door closed behind him with a gentle click. His parents had not followed him in. He was alone in this small, confined space. Or so he thought, until the mist began to coalesce on the bench opposite him, gradually forming into the shape of an elderly man in a conductor's uniform. Unlike the featureless specters that populated the rest of the train, this figure slowly developed distinct features. Lined face, bushy white eyebrows, alert eyes that fixed on Ethan with unsettling directness. "Ethan Hayes," the figure said, his voice perfectly normal despite the otherworldly setting. "I've been expecting you. Who are you?" Ethan remained standing, unsure whether to approach this new entity or back away. "I am the conductor," the figure replied simply. "I manage the passenger manifest of the Midnight Limited. What is this place? What happened to my parents? Why am I here?" The conductor raised a hand, the gesture gently cutting off Ethan's stream of questions. "One inquiry at a time, Mr. Hayes. First, this place is the space between worlds, between states of being, between what was and what will be. The Midnight Limited travels routes no physical train could follow, stopping at stations no surveyor has mapped. And my parents? I saw what happened to them. The train appeared when they were being robbed." "Indeed," the conductor nodded. "The Midnight Limited appears to those at crossroads, moments when fate balances on a knife's edge. Your parents faced a terrible choice that night. The men who accosted them were not simple bandits, but members of a gang that had murdered dozens across 3 territories. Had events proceeded as these men intended, your parents would have suffered greatly before death claimed them." The blunt statement hit Ethan like a physical blow. "So, the train saved them?" "The Midnight Limited offers alternatives to fates already written. It appeared to your parents in their moment of greatest need, offering passage away from certain death. They chose to accept. But why couldn't they have just escaped the bandits and returned home? Why did accepting passage mean they had to disappear from my life completely?" The question emerged more plaintively than Ethan had intended. The child he had been bleeding into the man he had become. The conductor's expression softened slightly. "The train's offerings come with conditions, Mr. Hayes. Your parents' path in the world you know had reached its end. To accept passage meant accepting that they could not return to their former lives. It was a choice, made in the space between heartbeats, with full understanding of what would be gained and what would be lost. Including me," Ethan said, bitterness creeping into his tone. "They chose to save themselves and abandon their child. B chose to continue existing, in a form and place different from what they had known, rather than suffering horrific deaths at the hands of violent men." The conductor's voice remained calm despite the implied rebuke. "In such moments, choice is rarely perfect. But know this, their greatest regret has been the pain their disappearance caused you. Why do you think they have stood at the window each time the Limited passes near your home on the full moon? Why do you think they reached out to you when you finally came to the tracks?" The explanation made a terrible sense, yet left so many questions unanswered. "And what about me now? I stepped aboard the train. Does that mean I can't go back either? Am I trapped here like them? You stand at your own crossroads, Ethan Hayes. The conductor gestured toward the compartment door. Unlike your parents, you were not in immediate physical danger when you encountered the Midnight Limited. Your choice to step aboard was driven by different needs, different questions. And so, your options remain more flexible, meaning you may choose to continue the journey with us, joining your parents in whatever landscapes lie beyond the world you know. Or you may choose to return to the life you have built, carrying the understanding you have gained, but leaving your parents to their continued journey. The conductor's gaze was penetrating, seeming to look through Ethan rather than at him. Neither choice is without cost. Neither path is without value. Ethan turned toward the window, watching the impossible terrains flow past. Somewhere out there, beyond normal understanding, his parents continued to exist in some form. He could join them, leaving behind the ranch, his responsibilities, his friend Jacob, everything he had known for 20 years. Or he could return, carrying the burden of knowing they still existed somewhere beyond his reach, yet finding solace in the understanding that they had not abandoned him by choice, but had made an impossible decision in a moment of ultimate crisis. "How much time do I have to decide?" he asked, turning back to the conductor. "Time operates differently aboard the Midnight Limited," came the cryptic response. "But your window for choosing will close when we reach Crossroads Station. We will arrive there shortly. And if I choose to return, how do I do so? The train is still moving." The conductor rose from his seat, straightening his uniform jacket with practiced motions. "The how will present itself when the choice is made. But know this, Ethan Hayes. Whatever you decide, the knowledge you have gained cannot be unlearned. You will carry the understanding of the Limited's existence and your parents' fate for the remainder of your days." With that, the figure began to dissolve back into the yellow mist that permeated the compartment, his features becoming indistinct until only the suggestion of human form remained. Then even that faded, leaving Ethan alone with his thoughts and the impossible landscape beyond the window. The choice before him seemed both monumental and surprisingly simple. Stay aboard the Midnight Limited, joining his parents in whatever existence they now experienced, leaving behind everything he had built over 20 years. Or return to the world he knew, carrying the comfort of understanding what had happened to them, however strange and supernatural that truth might be. As he considered his options, the train began to slow, its smooth gliding motion gradually decreasing as if approaching a station. Through the window, Ethan could see the landscape stabilizing, the flowing parade of impossible terrains settling into a single setting. A simple wooden platform illuminated by old-fashioned oil lamps, surrounded by nothing but darkness in all directions. Crossroads Station, he presumed, the place where his choice would be made final. The compartment door slid open, revealing his parents' specters waiting in the corridor. Though still featureless, their postures conveyed anticipation, awareness of the moment's significance. Ethan stepped out to join them, feeling the train's continued deceleration through the slight unsteadiness beneath his feet. "We're arriving at some kind of station," he told them, unsure how much they already understood about their circumstances. "The conductor says I have to choose whether to stay with you or go back to my life." They offered no verbal response, but his mother's spectre reached out to take his hand, her touch conveying a depth of emotion that transcended her featureless appearance. His father's figure placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture similarly weighted with unspoken meaning. They would accept whatever he decided, the touches seemed to say. They would love him regardless of his choice. The train came to a complete stop, the absence of motion almost startling after the constant gentle movement Ethan had experienced since stepping aboard. Through the windows he could see the platform more clearly now, weathered wooden planks extending perhaps 30 feet in either direction, illuminated by 3 oil lamps mounted on posts. Beyond the small island of light, absolute darkness extended in all directions, as if the station existed in a void between realities. A door at the end of the car slid open automatically, letting in cooler air that momentarily disturbed the yellow mist filling the corridor. Ethan felt a slight pressure on his back, his father's hand gently urging him forward, toward the open door and the platform beyond. Together, the 3 of them moved toward the exit, Ethan's steps growing heavier as the moment of decision approached. At the doorway, he paused, looking out at the simple wooden platform that somehow represented the division between possible futures. "If I stay with you," he asked, turning to his parents' specters, "what happens? Where do we go from here?" No verbal answer came, but his father gestured toward the darkness beyond the station's lights. Out there, the gesture seemed to say, lie possibilities beyond your current understanding. And if I go back, will I ever see you again? His mother's featureless face turned toward him, her head tilting slightly in what might have been sadness or acceptance. Her hand squeezed his once more, the touch containing neither promise nor denial, only acknowledgement of the question's weight. The conductor's voice came from behind them, though when Ethan turned, no figure was visible in the misty corridor. "Choose now, Ethan Hayes. Crossroads Station allows only brief stops before continuing its journey." Standing on the threshold between the phantom train and the otherworldly platform, Ethan felt the full weight of 20 years of loss, of questions, of imagined reunions. He had spent half his life wondering what had happened to his parents, constructing scenarios that might explain their disappearance, alternating between hope they might return and acceptance that they were truly gone. Now he knew the truth, however impossible it might seem by normal understanding. They had been faced with a terrible choice and had chosen continued existence in another form over brutal deaths. They had not abandoned him willingly, but had been separated from him by forces beyond normal comprehension, and they had watched for him, reaching out when finally he came within their reach. It would be so easy to stay with them now, to step fully onto that platform and continue whatever journey lay beyond Crossroads Station, to finally have the family that had been torn from him, even if in forms different from what he remembered. But as the thought formed, another image intruded. Jacob's face contorted with fear as he tried to pull Ethan back from the train, desperately trying to save his friend from what he perceived as supernatural danger. Jacob, who had been brother and family to him in the years since his parents' disappearance. Jacob, who would spend the rest of his life wondering what had happened if Ethan simply vanished into the night. And beyond Jacob there were others, the ranch hands who depended on Ethan for their livelihoods, the neighbors who had helped a grieving boy become a capable man, the community that had embraced him as one of their own. All the connections and responsibilities that anchored him to the world he knew. With sudden clarity, Ethan understood that his crossroads was different from his parents'. Their choice had been between certain death and continued existence in another form. His was between holding on to the past or embracing the life he had built in their absence. "I have to go back," he said finally, the words emerging with quiet certainty. "I have people who depend on me, responsibilities I can't abandon." He turned to his parents, specters, emotion thick in his throat. "I need to live the life you gave me, even if it means we remain apart." His parents' figures stood motionless for a moment, as if absorbing his decision. Then, with movements that conveyed more emotion than should have been possible without facial expressions, they embraced him simultaneously, his father's arms strong around his shoulders, his mother's gentler touch, conveying maternal love that transcended their spectral forms. Cold yet warm, substantial yet ethereal, the embrace contained 20 years of absent affection condensed into a single moment. Ethan found himself weeping, tears tracking silently down his cheeks as he held them in return, memorizing the feeling of their presence, knowing it might be the last time. "I love you," he whispered. "I always have, even when I didn't understand why you were gone." The embrace seemed to last both an eternity and no time at all. Then, gently, they released him, stepping back into the misty corridor of the train. His mother's hand lingered on his face, a final caress that carried both blessing and farewell. "How do I get back?" Ethan asked, wiping tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. As if in answer to his question, the darkness beyond the station's lamps began to thin in one direction, revealing a path that hadn't been visible moments before. A simple dirt track leading away from the platform, illuminated by moonlight that seemed to grow stronger with each passing second. The conductor's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "The path will take you where you need to go, Ethan Hayes. But remember, the knowledge you have gained cannot be unlearned. The Midnight Limited exists between worlds and you have witnessed it. That awareness will remain with you." Ethan nodded, accepting the cryptic warning. With a final look at his parents' specters, now standing motionless in the train's doorway, he stepped down onto the wooden platform. The boards felt solid beneath his boots, more substantial than he had expected, given the otherworldly nature of the station. "Goodbye," he said simply, the word inadequate for the emotions behind it, but all he could manage without breaking down completely. His parents raised their hands in farewell, the gesture containing such profound love that words would have been superfluous, even had they been capable of speech. Then, slowly, they stepped back, the train's door sliding closed between them with quiet finality. The Midnight Limited began to move almost immediately, gliding away from the platform with the same supernatural smoothness that had marked its passage along the abandoned tracks. Ethan watched as it gathered speed, the yellow glow of its windows diminishing as it entered the darkness beyond the station's lamps. The caboose's red lantern was the last thing visible, a fading pinpoint of light that finally disappeared completely, leaving him alone on the platform. Only then did he turn toward the moonlit path that stretched away into the darkness. Each step along it felt more solid, more real than the last, the otherworldly quality of Crossroads Station gradually giving way to the familiar sensations of the desert night. Cool air carrying the scent of sage and dust, the distant cry of a coyote, stars wheeling overhead in familiar constellations. The transition happened so gradually that Ethan couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when the wooden platform disappeared behind him, replaced by the desert landscape he knew. But suddenly he recognized his surroundings, the abandoned railway line stretching away in both directions, the rusted rails gleaming dully in the moonlight, the scattered scrub brush and rocks exactly as they had been when he and Jacob had arrived earlier that night. And there, not 20 yards away, a figure sat slumped on the ground, head in hands. Jacob, keeping vigil where his friend had vanished. "Jake," Ethan called, his voice sounding strange to his own ears after the otherworldly silence of the Midnight Limited. Jacob's head snapped up, disbelief written across his features as he scrambled to his feet. "Ethan? My God, is that really you?" "It's me." Ethan closed the distance between them, suddenly desperate for contact with something unquestionably real. "I'm back." Jacob grabbed him by the shoulders, examining him as if expecting to find some fundamental change in his appearance. "Where were you? You disappeared into that thing, and then it was gone, and you with it. I've been waiting for hours." "Hours?" Ethan glanced at the moon's position, noting it had traversed a significant portion of the sky since he had boarded the train. What had felt like perhaps an hour aboard the Midnight Limited had apparently been much longer in the world he had left behind. "Nearly 3 hours, Jacob confirmed, finally releasing his grip on Ethan's shoulders. "I thought you were gone for good. What happened? Where did you go?" How could he possibly explain? The phantom train, his featureless parents, the conductor with his cryptic explanations, Crossroads Station existing in the void between realities. None of it would make sense to someone who hadn't experienced it firsthand. "It's complicated," Ethan said finally, "but I found what I was looking for. I know what happened to my parents now." Jacob's expression shifted from concern to cautious curiosity. "And they're gone," Ethan confirmed, the words holding layers of meaning Jacob couldn't possibly understand. "But they didn't abandon me, Jake. They didn't choose to leave, and knowing that, it helps." Jacob studied him for a long moment, clearly sensing there was far more to the story than Ethan was sharing. But friendship built over 20 years had taught him when to press and when to accept. "If you ever want to tell me the full story, I'm here. But for now, I'm just glad you're back. I thought I'd lost you too." The simple statement, delivered with raw honesty, confirmed for Ethan that he had made the right choice. Whatever otherworldly existence his parents now experienced aboard the Midnight Limited, his place was here, among the living, among those who depended on him, among the connections he had formed in the years since that fateful night when his parents had faced their own impossible choice. "Let's go home," he said, clasping Jakob's shoulder. "I think we've had enough ghost trains for one night." As they retrieved their horses and began the ride back to the ranch, the eastern sky was already lightening with the first hints of dawn. Ethan found himself looking back once, toward the abandoned railway line now receding in the distance. The tracks lay quiet under the fading moonlight, no sign remaining of the supernatural passage that had changed his understanding so profoundly. Yet he knew now that on certain nights, when the moon was full and the desert held its breath in anticipation, the Midnight Limited would continue its eternal journey along those rusted rails. And aboard it, 2 featureless specters would stand at the windows, watching for glimpses of the sun they had left behind, loving him across the divide between worlds. It was both comfort and sorrow, understanding and continued mystery, but it was enough. After 20 years of questions, it was finally enough. The ranch appeared on the horizon just as the sun breached the eastern mountains, painting the weathered buildings in the golden light of a new day. To Ethan's eyes, it looked somehow both exactly the same and fundamentally different. The same physical structures, but viewed now through the lens of profound understanding, that some journeys continue beyond what the living can see, that some connections transcend even the boundaries between worlds. As the days passed, a strange peace settled over Ethan. The haunted quality that had occasionally crossed his features when conversations drifted toward family had disappeared. He spoke of his parents with a new ease, referencing memories of his childhood without the strained quality that had previously accompanied such recollections. It was as if some internal wound, long festering, had finally begun to heal. He made one more trip to see Old Holloway at the abandoned station, finding the ancient station master in his customary rocking chair despite the growing heat of the summer day. "You went aboard," Holloway stated without preamble as Ethan settled onto the familiar crate. Not a question, but a recognition of inevitable fact. Yes, Ethan confirmed simply. I saw them. My parents. I understand what happened now. Holloway nodded slowly, his roomy eyes studying Ethan with quiet intensity. And you came back. Not many do. I had to. My life is here. The old man's rocking paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to the empty tracks below the platform. They'll be making their full moon run again next month, and the month after that. Always moving, never arriving. You sure you won't be tempted to join them permanently next time? Ethan considered the question carefully. No, he said finally. I've made my peace with what happened. They're on their journey, and I'm on mine. Different paths, but connected still. Wise beyond your years, boy. Holloway resumed his rocking, the chair protesting beneath his meager weight. The Midnight Limited claims most who see her more than once. Something about her pulls at folks, offers them glimpses of what might have been, what could still be. Hard to resist such temptation. I won't be going back to the tracks on the full moon, Ethan replied with quiet certainty. Some mysteries are meant to be understood, not pursued. The statement hung between them, neither ominous nor reassuring, simply acknowledging a truth beyond normal comprehension. Holloway nodded slowly, a hint of approval in his weathered features. Well then, the old man said, reaching into his pocket to extract a tarnished pocket watch. Seems you've found your station, even if it ain't the one the Limited offers. The metaphor struck Ethan as oddly fitting. Life was a journey, with stations both physical and metaphorical, marking significant points along the way. His encounter with the Midnight Limited had been one such station, a place of transition, of understanding, of choices made that defined the path forward. As he rode back to the ranch that afternoon, Ethan felt a sense of completion that had eluded him for 20 years. The phantom train had answered questions he had carried since childhood, had allowed him one last connection with the parents he had lost, had offered him the choice to follow them into whatever realm they now inhabited. But more importantly, it had shown him the value of the life he had built in their absence, the connections formed, the responsibilities accepted, the meaning found in day-to-day existence rather than ghostly possibilities. His parents had made their choice 20 years ago, forced by circumstance into an impossible decision. He had made his own choice at Crossroads Station, with full understanding of what would be gained and what would be lost. Different journeys, different paths, yet connected still by bonds that transcended normal understanding. It was both comfort and sorrow, closure and continued mystery. But it was enough. After 20 years of questions, it was finally enough. The next full moon rose without Ethan making the journey to the abandoned tracks. Instead, he stood on the porch of his ranch house, watching the silver light transform the landscape into something both ordinary and magical. Somewhere out there, he knew, the Midnight Limited was making its eternal journey, carrying souls between what was and what would be, between memory and possibility, between life and whatever followed it. And aboard it, two featureless specters might pause at a window, looking out toward the small ranch where their son continued his own journey, no longer defined by their absence, but by the understanding that love transcended even the boundaries between worlds. Different paths, different realms, but parallel journeys nonetheless, all moving forward into the unknown future, one step at a time. As the desert night settled once more over the abandoned railway, The last echoes of the Midnight Limited's ghostly whistle faded into the vast stillness. The rusted tracks gleamed silver under the moonlight, continuing their silent vigil across the landscape, a path between worlds that few would ever truly understand. Miles away, where the desert gave way to rolling hills and narrow canyons, another story whispered on the night breeze. In a place known to locals as Coyote Pass, where weathered stone formations cast long shadows under the same full moon that had illuminated the phantom train, different mysteries awaited those with courage to listen. For while the Midnight Limited carried souls along fixed rails between realms of existence, other beings had long moved freely through the thin spaces between worlds. And in Coyote Pass, where the wind's voice seemed to carry words if one listened carefully enough, tales were told of a woman who belonged to neither fully human nor animal realms. A bride whose heart was claimed by something ancient and wild that wore the shape of a coyote. Beside her, the silver-grey coyote sat on its haunches, amber eyes fixed on Arthur with that same unsettling intelligence. It made no aggressive move, but Arthur felt the weight of its assessment nonetheless. "Eleanor Blackwood," Samuel called, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "We've brought something for you." The bride made no response, no indication that she'd heard him at all. Samuel glanced at Arthur expectantly, a silent encouragement to take over the interaction. Arthur cleared his throat, feeling foolish yet compelled to proceed. "Miss Blackwood," he began awkwardly, "we know what happened to you. Know about Thomas and why he never came." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing as it had during their previous encounter. The bride remained motionless, but Arthur sensed a shift in her attention, a focusing of energy in his direction. Encouraged by this subtle response, he continued more confidently. "Thomas Hayes didn't die or get delayed. He left willingly, abandoned you for another woman back east. A former sweetheart who'd been widowed." The coyote rose suddenly, a low growl emanating from its throat. The sound wasn't threatening so much as pained, a vocalization of distress that seemed to reflect something the bride herself couldn't express. "I'm sorry," Arthur said, genuine compassion entering his voice. "You deserved better than that. Better than dying alone in this pass, still believing in someone who'd already betrayed you." A tremor passed through the bride's form, not quite movement, but a disruption of her usual stillness. The edges of her white dress seemed to blur slightly, as if her very substance was becoming less stable. "Your father searched for days to find you," Samuel added softly. "The whole town mourned. Thomas never returned, never acknowledged what his lies cost you." The bride's arms slowly lowered to her sides, a deviation from her usual pose that caused both men to exchange glances of surprised hope. The coyote moved closer to her, pressing against the folds of her dress in what appeared to be a protective or comforting gesture. "You don't need to wait anymore," Arthur continued, the words coming more naturally now. "Whatever you felt for him, whatever promises were made, he broke them first. Your loyalty was real, but it was given to someone who didn't deserve it." The bride raised her hands to her veil and with deliberate slowness lifted it away from her face. Arthur found himself holding his breath as her features were revealed. A young woman of perhaps 20, with delicate features and eyes that held a depth of sorrow beyond mortal experience. She was beautiful in a fragile way, her expression a complex mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. For the first time she spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Left me? Willingly? The simple question carried decades of suspended grief, of faith maintained beyond death itself. Arthur found himself unexpectedly moved by the vulnerability in those few words. Yes, he confirmed gently. He chose another and left without facing you. Your death wasn't from waiting too long or searching too far. It was his cowardice that put you on this path that night. The bride's form flickered like a candle flame in wind, her outline becoming momentarily transparent before solidifying again. Her expression shifted from confusion to something harder, a flash of anger quickly subsumed by profound sadness. All this time, she whispered, all these years waiting. The coyote pressed closer against her, and she placed a pale hand on its head in an automatic gesture of comfort. Arthur noticed how the animal's form seemed similarly unstable now, its edges blurring into the gathering darkness. You showed remarkable faith and loyalty, Samuel said, his voice thick with emotion. Those qualities weren't wasted, even if they were given to someone unworthy. Your devotion speaks to your character, not his. The bride's gaze shifted between them, something changing in her expression, a softening, a release of tension held for decades. She looked down at the items Samuel had arranged on the rock, particularly the small wooden box containing Thomas's letters. "May I?" Arthur asked, gesturing toward the box. When Samuel nodded, he picked it up and approached the bride cautiously, extending it toward her. These were his promises to you, false promises that don't deserve to be preserved. The bride reached out with a trembling hand, her fingers passing through the solid wood of the box in a ripple of spectral energy. Though she couldn't physically touch the object, recognition flashed in her eyes, memory connecting across the divide between life and death. "Would you like us to destroy them?" Arthur asked softly. "End his lies properly?" The bride looked up at him, a single tear tracking down her translucent cheek before evaporating into mist. Slowly, deliberately, she nodded. Arthur returned to where Samuel stood and opened the box, revealing a bundle of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. He removed them and extracted matches from his pocket, striking one against the rock and holding the flame to the corner of the bundle. The paper caught quickly, flames consuming the written promises and declarations that had proven worthless. Arthur placed the burning letters on the flat rock, allowing them to burn completely, while the bride watched with an expression of growing peace. As the last letter crumbled to ash, a change came over Eleanor's form. The edges of her white dress began to glow with soft golden light that gradually spread throughout her entire appearance. The coyote beside her underwent a similar transformation, its silver coat illuminated from within. "Thank you," Eleanor whispered, her voice stronger now, more present. "For the truth, for ending the wait." She turned toward the coyote, kneeling gracefully to embrace the animal. As their forms met, a remarkable transformation occurred. The coyote's shape blurred and expanded, resolving into the translucent figure of a woman in simple frontier dress, her features an older version of Eleanor's own. "Mother," Eleanor said with simple joy, the word carrying decades of longing. The two spectral women embraced, their glowing forms merging slightly at the edges. When they separated, both turned toward Arthur and Samuel with expressions of profound gratitude. "Rest well, Miss Blackwood," Arthur said, tipping his hat slightly. "You've waited long enough." Eleanor smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her face from beautiful to radiant. "Your heart speaks truth, even when your mind doubts," she said softly. "There is freedom in accepting what cannot be changed." The two spectral figures began to fade, their luminous forms growing increasingly transparent as they turned away from the living men. Hand in hand, mother and daughter walked slowly down the path, their glow diminishing with each step until they vanished entirely around a bend in the canyon. In their wake, a profound silence settled over Coyote Pass, not the tense, expectant quiet of before, but a peaceful stillness that suggested completion. The evening air felt lighter somehow, clearer, as if a storm had passed, leaving freshness in its wake. Samuel released a long breath, his weathered face illuminated with wonder and satisfaction. "Remarkable," he whispered almost to himself. "After all these years." Arthur stood motionless, strangely affected by what he'd witnessed. The burning of the letters had felt significant beyond the simple act itself. A symbolic severance of false promises, a release from obligations built on deception. Something about it resonated deeply within his own experience, though he couldn't have articulated exactly why. "Do you think she's truly gone?" he asked finally, his voice sounding unusually loud in the stillness of the canyon. "Found peace, or whatever it is spirits are looking for?" Samuel nodded, bending carefully to gather the handkerchief and Bible from the rock. "I believe so. The legends say the Coyote Bride appears to those suffering from grief or betrayal, searching for someone who never returned. No one ever told her the truth before, that there was no point in waiting, that her loyalty was given to someone who'd abandoned her." He carefully tucked the items back into his satchel, leaving only the pile of ashes where the letters had burned. The truth set her free, as it often does, and it seemed she wasn't alone after all. Her mother's spirit had been watching over her all this time, just as the Navajo stories claimed. Arthur stared at the spot where Eleanor and her mother had vanished, trying to process everything he'd witnessed. He wasn't a superstitious man by nature, but there was no denying the reality of what had just occurred. No trick of light or shadow could explain the interaction they'd just experienced. "We should head back," Samuel suggested gently. "Night falls quickly in the canyon, and the trail gets treacherous in full darkness." They walked in companionable silence for a time, each lost in his own thoughts as they made their way back toward Coyote Springs. The first stars had appeared above the canyon walls, brilliant pinpoints in the deepening purple of the evening sky. "May I ask you something, Mr. Morgan?" Samuel said eventually, his tone careful. "Something personal?" Arthur's instinct was to refuse, to maintain the barriers he'd built around his private sorrows. But the events in the canyon had shifted something within him, creating a momentary openness he rarely permitted himself. "Go ahead," he replied, his voice gruff, "though I don't promise to answer." Samuel nodded, respecting the boundary. "When you spoke to Eleanor about broken promises and waiting for someone who wouldn't return, those words carried the weight of personal experience. Who were you really speaking to back there? Whose ghost haunts you?" The question hung between them, direct yet not unkind. Arthur remained silent for several long moments, considering how much, if anything, to reveal to this perceptive stranger. "Been a few," he admitted finally. "Made my share of promises I couldn't keep. Had some made to me that didn't hold either." He paused, Mary's face rising unbidden in his thoughts. "One woman in particular might have had a different life if I'd been a different kind of man, better kind. And you carry that regret," Samuel observed. "Wonder about the path not taken." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with how accurately the old man had read him. "Don't we all? Life's full of crossroads. Can't take every path." "True enough," Samuel agreed. "But there's a difference between acknowledging roads not taken and being haunted by them. Eleanor spent decades trapped in a moment of betrayal she never even recognized. waiting for a resolution that couldn't come without truth. He glanced at Arthur. Sometimes, I think the living can be similarly trapped. The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Arthur had spent years dwelling on his failures with Mary, with Eliza and Isaac, with the idealistic young man he'd once been, before Dutch's influence had channeled his anger into a life of outlawry. Always looking backward, measuring himself against what might have been, rather than what could still be. Maybe you're right, he conceded reluctantly, though knowing you're trapped doesn't necessarily show you the way out. No, Samlo agreed, but recognizing the nature of the trap is the first step toward escape. Eleanor couldn't move on until she understood that her waiting was futile, that loyalty to a betrayer was a chain, not a virtue. They had reached the outskirts of the settlement, the warm lights of the dusty cactus glowing welcomingly against the gathering darkness. Samuel paused, turning to face Arthur directly. Whatever promises bind you to your past, Mr. Morgan, whether made or broken, kept or abandoned, ask yourself if they still serve any purpose, or if, perhaps, some truths might need facing so you can finally move forward. With that gentle challenge hanging between them, the old man extended his hand. Thank you for your help today. I've spent 30 years trying to understand Eleanor's story, to find some way to help her find peace. I couldn't have done it without you. Arthur shook the offered hand, finding himself genuinely moved by the man's sincerity. Glad I could help, though I'm still not entirely sure what I did. You spoke truth with compassion, Samuel said simply. Sometimes that's all any of us need, living or dead. He adjusted his satchel and nodded toward the saloon. Can I buy you a drink before you head out tomorrow? A small celebration of sorts. Arthur considered the offer, then shook his head. Appreciated, but I think I need some time to clear my head. Been quite a day. Samuel nodded understanding. Of course. Safe travels, Mr. Morgan. I hope you find what you're looking for, both your bounty and whatever else you might be searching for out there. They parted ways, Samuel heading toward the saloon, while Arthur turned toward the small boarding house where he'd taken a room. The encounter with Eleanor's spirit and the subsequent conversation with Samuel had left him thoughtful, introspective in a way he rarely permitted himself to be. In his rented room, Arthur lit the small lamp on the bedside table and settled on the edge of the narrow bed. Almost without conscious decision, he removed his journal from his satchel and opened to a blank page, pencil hovering momentarily before he began to write. Met a ghost today. Sounds like nonsense when I write it down, but it happened sure as I'm sitting here. A bride left waiting 40 years ago, still looking for the man who abandoned her. Helped an old desert hermit named Samuel Watts set her spirit free with the truth about her faithless fiancé. Strange thing is, speaking to her felt like speaking to myself in some ways. All those wasted years waiting for something that was never coming back. Loyalty given to those who don't deserve it. Promises that should have been broken sooner rather than maintained out of stubborn pride or fear of change. Made me think about Mary, about the life we might have had if I'd been willing to change when she asked me to. About Eliza and Isaac, gone to their graves while I was riding with the gang, choosing Dutch loyalty over my responsibility to them. About all the years spent following a dream that keeps shifting like desert sand, never quite becoming the noble vision Dutch painted for us. The ghost bride found peace when she finally learned the truth, that the man she'd died waiting for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced. Makes me wonder what truths I might need to face about my own life. What chains I might need to break before they drag me down to where no living soul can reach. Arthur paused, surprised by the direction his thoughts had taken. He wasn't generally given to such philosophical musings, preferring action to introspection most days, yet something about the day's events had touched a deeper part of himself, had forced questions he usually kept buried beneath the immediate concerns of survival and loyalty to the gang. He closed the journal without finishing his entry, suddenly weary beyond simple physical tiredness. Tomorrow would bring a return to his pursuit of Jackson Slater, to the familiar rhythm of tracking and hunting that defined his role within Dutch's grand schemes. But something had shifted within him, a subtle realignment of perspective that he couldn't quite define, but could definitely feel. As he extinguished the lamp and lay back on the thin mattress, Arthur found himself thinking of Eleanor's face in that final moment, the peace that had transformed her features as she accepted the truth and let go of her decades-long weight. There had been freedom in that acceptance, a release from bonds that had held her spirit captive far longer than any mortal imprisonment could have done. Perhaps, he thought, as sleep began to claim him, there were similar truths waiting for him, uncomfortable recognitions that might nevertheless lead to a freedom he hadn't known was possible. The question was whether he'd have the courage to face them when the time came. 3 days of steady tracking led Arthur deep into the foothills of the mountains northwest of Coyote Springs. Jackson Slater had proven himself a capable woodsman, taking pains to obscure his trail and choosing difficult terrain that would discourage casual pursuit. But Arthur Morgan wasn't a casual pursuer. Years of hunting both animals and men had honed his tracking skills to a fine edge. Late in the afternoon of the 3rd day, Arthur spotted thin smoke rising above a stand of pines nestled in a small valley between rocky outcroppings. He dismounted at a distance, secured Athena to a sturdy tree, and proceeded on foot with the caution of a seasoned predator approaching potentially dangerous prey. The camp was crude but serviceable. A small fire, a bedroll beneath a simple lean-to constructed of pine branches, and a hobbled horse grazing nearby. Slater himself sat beside the fire, cleaning a repeater rifle with methodical care, his attention focused on the task rather than his surroundings. Arthur observed him from concealment for several minutes, assessing. The man matched the description on the wanted poster. Mid-30s, dark hair streaked with premature grey, a distinctive scar running from his left temple to his jaw. His posture suggested alertness despite his apparent absorption in his task, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying an awareness of his vulnerable position. Deciding on his approach, Arthur drew his revolver and emerged from cover with deliberate noise, alerting Slater to his presence rather than risking a startle response that might lead to unnecessary violence. "Jackson Slater," he called, keeping his weapon trained steadily on the man. "I'm bringing you in. Best not make this harder than it needs to be." Slater's hands stilled on the partially disassembled rifle, his body tensing but not yet moving toward either fight or flight. "You a lawman?" he asked, voice surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "Bounty hunter," Arthur corrected, maintaining his distance. $500 on your head for that bank job in Armadillo. Dead or alive, though alive pays better. A flicker of something, resignation perhaps, or simple weariness, crossed Slater's features. He carefully set aside the rifle parts, raising his hand slightly to demonstrate he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "Been running a long time," he said quietly, "figured it'd catch up eventually." The response wasn't what Arthur had expected. Most men in Slater's position fought, or begged, or tried to negotiate. This calm acceptance was unusual enough to make him slightly wary, suspecting a potential trick. "Stand up slowly," Arthur instructed. "Keep those hands where I can see them." Slater complied without protest, rising to his feet with deliberate movements that suggested no intention of resistance. Now that he was standing, Arthur could see he was thinner than his wanted poster suggested, his clothes hanging somewhat loosely on his frame. "You alone?" Slater asked, glancing briefly toward the surrounding forest. "Just me," Arthur confirmed, stepping cautiously closer. "Though plenty know where I've gone if I don't return." "Don't get any ideas about adding to your troubles." Slater nodded, a humorless smile briefly touching his lips. "No more trouble. Had my fill." He gestured toward a saddlebag near the bedroll. "Got about $200 there. Take it. Let me go my way." Arthur shook his head. "Can't do that. Job's to bring you in, not rob you. Even if I'm innocent." Slater's gaze was direct now, challenging. "Even if that bank job wasn't what they're saying?" "Not my concern," Arthur replied, though he found himself curious despite his professional detachment. "Courts sort that out. I just collect the bounty." Slater seemed to consider this, weighing his options with a calculating expression that suggested he hadn't entirely abandoned thoughts of resistance. After a moment, he sighed heavily. "At least hear me out before you drag me back," he requested. "Man deserves that much, I reckon." Arthur hesitated. Engaging in conversation with bounties was generally unwise. It created unwanted complexity, potential for manipulation, or unexpected sympathy that could complicate clean completion of the job. Yet something in Slater's manner intrigued him, a dignity that seemed at odds with the desperate bank robber described in the wanted poster. "Make it quick," he conceded, keeping his revolver trained steadily on the man's chest, "and no sudden movements." Slater nodded understanding. "I was at that bank in Armadillo," he began, his tone matter-of-fact rather than pleading. "But I wasn't robbing it. I was trying to stop the robbery." Arthur's expression remained skeptical. "Go on." "Worked security for the Harding Mining Company," Slater continued. "Got wind of a planned heist, inside job with one of the tellers. Went to warn the bank, arrived just as it was going down." He gestured to the scar on his face. "Got this trying to stop them. But when the dust settled, the real robbers were gone. The teller was dead, and I was left holding a gun in a bank, missing $5,000. It was a familiar enough tale. The wrongfully accused man, the unfortunate circumstance, the miscarriage of justice. Arthur had heard variations many times from men he'd tracked, most of them fabrications designed to elicit sympathy or create doubt. "Convenient story," he observed. "Any proof to back it up?" "Had a letter from my employer confirming my position," Slater replied. "Lost it when I had to run. Company disavowed any connection afterward. Didn't want to be associated with a bank robber." The bitterness in his voice sounded genuine. "Truth is written all over it if anyone bothered to look. 5,000 stolen, but only 500 on my head. That's because they know I'm not the mastermind, just a convenient scapegoat." Arthur studied him carefully, looking for tells of deception, but Slater met his gaze steadily, his eyes reflecting frustration and resignation, rather than the desperate cunning of a man spinning tales to save himself. "Even if that's true," Arthur said finally, "it doesn't change my position. I'm not a judge or jury." "No," Slater agreed. "You're just a man making choices about who to hunt and who to believe." He paused, something shifting in his expression. "Like that business in Coyote Pass." Arthur stiffened slightly. "What do you know about that?" "Folks talk. Word gets around." Slater shrugged. "Heard a bounty hunter helped the old desert hermit put a ghost to rest. That he spoke truth to set her free after 40 years of waiting for justice." A knowing look entered his eyes. "That was you, wasn't it?" The reference to his experience with Eleanor caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected news of that encounter to spread so quickly, or to be connected to his professional identity as a bounty hunter. "Don't see how that's relevant," he replied cautiously. "Maybe it's not," Slater conceded. "Or maybe there's something fitting about a man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now choosing whether to deliver another man to injustice based on more lies." He spread his hands slightly. "I'm not asking you to let me go free, just take me to Tumbleweed instead of Armadillo. Sheriff Davis there knows me, knows I'm not capable of planning that robbery. He'll see I get a fair hearing at least." Arthur considered the request carefully. Tumbleweed was actually closer than Armadillo from their current position, though the journey would still take the better part of 2 days. The bounty would be payable at either location. If Slater was telling the truth, the detour would cost Arthur nothing, while potentially preventing a miscarriage of justice. If he was lying, well, he'd still end up in custody either way. "All right," Arthur decided finally. "Tumbleweed it is. But you try anything along the way, and fair hearing will be the least of your concerns." "Understood." Relief flickered across Slater's features, quickly masked by a neutral expression. "Understood. And thank you." Arthur holstered his revolver and produced handcuffs from his satchel. "Don't thank me yet. Still taking you in." He secured Slater's wrists, checking that the restraints were firm but not cutting into the skin. "Get your gear together. We leave in 5 minutes." As Slater gathered his meager possessions with his restricted movement, Arthur reflected on the unexpected turn of events. The mention of Eleanor and his role in releasing her spirit had caught him off guard, creating an unwelcome connection between that ethereal experience and his very practical current task. Yet there was something appropriate about the juxtaposition. The ghost bride trapped by a lie she'd never questioned, and this man possibly facing similar injustice if his story contained truth. Arthur wasn't naive enough to fully believe Slater without verification, but he'd seen enough of the world's cruelty to know that innocence was no guarantee of justice. They set out as the afternoon light began to fade, Arthur leading Slater's horse while the prisoner rode with hands cuffed before him. Their progress was necessarily slow across the rough terrain, and Arthur soon decided they would need to make camp for the night before attempting the descent from the foothills in darkness. In a small clearing sheltered by rock outcroppings, they established a simple camp. Arthur built a fire while keeping a watchful eye on his prisoner, who sat with the resigned patience of a man accustomed to having choices made for him. "Hungry?" Arthur asked as he rummaged through his saddlebags for provisions. "Wouldn't turn down food," Slater replied, shifting to find a more comfortable position with his restrained hands. Arthur Morgan had heard his fair share of ghost stories around campfires, tales of headless riders, vengeful spirits, and phantom trains that vanished into the mist. He'd always dismissed them as nonsense, the imaginative ramblings of men who'd had too much whiskey or too little sleep. But as twilight descended over Coyote Pass, painting the canyon walls in shades of amber and deep purple, a peculiar unease settled in his chest. The narrow trail wound between towering rock formations that seemed to watch him with ancient, silent judgment. Shadows lengthened across the path as the sun dipped below the distant mountains, casting the canyon in premature darkness. His horse, a sturdy, dappled grey mare named Athena, sensed his discomfort, ears flicking nervously as they navigated the increasingly dim trail. "Easy, girl," Arthur murmured, patting her neck reassuringly. "Just a few more miles till we reach Coyote Springs." The small settlement nestled at the southern end of the pass was his destination, a place to resupply and perhaps gather information on a bounty he'd been tracking for the past week. The outlaw had fled north from New Austin, leaving a trail of robbery and violence in his wake. Arthur had picked up his scent near Armadillo and had been following ever since, determined to collect the substantial reward. As darkness settled more firmly across the landscape, Arthur noticed how the wind carried sounds strangely through the canyon, whispers that might have been distant conversations, or simply the rustling of sagebrush against stone. The air felt different here too, heavier somehow, charged with an expectancy that made the hair on his arms stand on end despite the lingering heat of the day. He'd heard the locals speak of Coyote Pass with a certain reverence, lowering their voices when sharing tales of travelers who had encountered strange phenomena along its winding paths. Most prominent among these stories was the legend of the Coyote Bride, a woman abandoned at the altar whose grief-stricken spirit was said to wander the pass at dusk, eternally searching for her lost love, accompanied by a faithful coyote companion. Superstitious nonsense, Arthur muttered to himself, though he found his eyes scanning the ridgelines for movement nonetheless. The first howl reached him just as the final threads of daylight unraveled from the sky. A lone coyote's cry, mournful and penetrating, echoed through the canyon with unnatural clarity. Athena halted abruptly, nostrils flaring, refusing to move forward despite Arthur's gentle urging. "What's got into you?" he asked, leaning forward to stroke her neck. The horse trembled beneath him, eyes fixed on something ahead in the gathering darkness. Arthur squinted, following her gaze. At first, he saw nothing but the vague outline of the trail as it curved around a large boulder. Then, as if emerging from the rock itself, a figure appeared. She stood perfectly still at the edge of the path, dressed in white that seemed to capture and hold what little light remained. A wedding dress, Arthur realized with a chill spreading through his chest. The fabric moved slightly in the breeze, but the figure herself remained motionless, face obscured by a delicate veil that hung to her waist. Beside her, a coyote sat on its haunches, larger than any Arthur had seen before, its coat silvery in the fading light. Unlike its mistress, the animal's amber eyes were clearly visible, fixed on Arthur with unsettling intelligence. "Hello?" Arthur called, his voice sounding strangely muffled in the dense air. "Ma'am, are you in need of assistance?" The figure made no response, no acknowledgement that she'd heard him at all. The coyote, however, rose to its feet, hackles rising slightly. Arthur's hand instinctively moved toward his revolver, then stopped. Something about this encounter felt wrong, but not threatening, more like stumbling upon a private moment of grief that wasn't meant for his eyes. The atmosphere around the woman seemed charged with sorrow, so tangible it made his chest ache. As he watched, uncertain how to proceed, the bride slowly raised her arms, extending them outward as if awaiting an embrace that would never come. The gesture was so full of longing, so deeply melancholic, that Arthur found himself momentarily transfixed by the raw emotion it conveyed. The coyote threw back its head and howled again, the sound now tinged with what Arthur could only describe as heartbreak. The mournful cry seemed to ripple through the air, carrying with it echoes of loss that resonated in his own chest, dredging up memories he'd spent years trying to bury. Mary's face surfaced in his mind, her smile, the softness in her eyes when she'd told him she would wait while he found his way in life, a promise broken by circumstances and his own stubborn nature. He thought of Eliza too, and their son, Isaac, both in the ground long before their time. So many goodbyes, so many connections severed before they'd had time to truly form. Without conscious decision, Arthur dismounted, his boots crunching softly on the rocky trail. The bride remained motionless, her extended arms creating a silhouette of yearning against the darkening sky. "I ain't one for ghost stories," Arthur said quietly, "but I know something about loss, ma'am. About waiting for something that ain't coming back." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing. Arthur took a cautious step forward, driven by an inexplicable compulsion to offer some comfort to this sorrowful apparition. "Whatever he did to you, leaving you waiting like this, it ain't right. Some promises get broken, not because they weren't meant, but because life has its own cruel plans." As he spoke, the bride slowly lowered her arms. The coyote moved closer to her side, its posture protective, yet somehow less threatening than before. Arthur continued, the words flowing from some place deep within himself that he rarely acknowledged. "I've left my share of broken promises scattered across this country, hurt people who deserved better. Maybe that's why I'm here now, one lost soul recognizing another." The bride's veil rippled in a breeze that affected nothing else around them. Slowly, with deliberate grace, she turned away from Arthur and began walking down the trail, the coyote padding silently beside her. Her form seemed less substantial now, the edges of her white dress blurring against the darkness as she moved away. Arthur remained where he stood, a strange mixture of melancholy and peace settling over him. He watched until the bride's figure faded completely into the shadows, leaving only the faintest impression of white against the black canvas of night. When she had gone, Arthur exhaled slowly, surprised to find his cheeks damp. He brushed a hand across his face, clearing his throat, as if someone might witness this moment of vulnerability. "Well," he said to Athena, who had calmed considerably since the apparition's departure, "seems there might be some truth to campfire tales after all." The horse nickered softly as Arthur mounted again, her previous nervousness replaced by calm acceptance. They continued down the trail, the surrounding darkness somehow less oppressive than before. Arthur found himself wondering about the bride, who she had been in life, what dreams had died with her heart's breaking. There was a story there, one that perhaps someone in Coyote Springs might know. As they rounded a bend in the trail, the first scattered lights of the settlement came into view, warm yellow dots piercing the night's blackness. Arthur urged Athena to a slightly quicker pace, suddenly eager for the company of the living, for voices and laughter to dispel the lingering melancholy of his strange encounter. What he couldn't shake, however, was the feeling that something had passed between himself and the spectral bride, some unspoken understanding, an acknowledgement of shared sorrow that had briefly connected them across the divide between life and death. And strangely, impossibly, Arthur Morgan felt lighter for it, as if in witnessing her grief, some small measure of his own had been lifted away. The dusty cactus saloon was like 100 others Arthur had frequented across the territories, a weathered wooden structure with a sagging porch and windows perpetually hazed with dust and smoke. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it boasted surprising activity for such a small settlement, with hitching posts occupied by nearly a dozen horses, and the sounds of a slightly out-of-tune piano drifting through the swinging doors. Arthur secured Athena alongside the other mounts, noting the crude sign above the entrance that proclaimed "Cold beer, warm food, hot gossip" in faded lettering. After his encounter on the trail, the prospect of human company and information seemed particularly appealing. The interior was bathed in amber lamplight that did little to dispel the shadows lurking in the corners. A modest bar stretched along one wall, tended by a heavy-set man with an impressive moustache that seemed to be compensating for his receding hairline. Several tables occupied the center of the room, most filled with locals engaged in card games or conversation, while the piano player in the corner worked his way through a rendition of "O Susanna" with more enthusiasm than skill. Arthur made his way to the bar, settling onto a stool worn smooth by years of similar patrons. The bartender acknowledged him with a nod, finishing a conversation with another customer before moving his substantial bulk in Arthur's direction. "Evening, stranger, what can I get you?" His voice matched his appearance, robust and slightly rough around the edges. "Whiskey," Arthur replied, placing coins on the scarred wooden surface, "and whatever information you might have about a man named Jackson Slater. Heard he might have passed through these parts." The bartender poured a generous measure of amber liquid into a mostly clean glass before responding. "Can't say I recognize the name, but Sheriff Mills might. He keeps track of wanted men passing through. Office is down at the end of the main street, though he's likely asleep by now." Arthur nodded, taking a sip of the whiskey. It burned pleasantly down his throat, warming his chest and helping to dispel the lingering chill from his encounter in the pass. "I'll speak with him in the morning." He hesitated, uncertain how to approach the subject of the apparition without sounding like a man who'd spent too long in the sun. "Saw something strange coming through Coyote Pass. A woman in a wedding dress, standing in the middle of the trail with a coyote beside her." The piano player struck a discordant note and the volume of conversations around them noticeably diminished. The bartender's expression shifted from casual interest to something more guarded, his eyes flicking briefly to the other patrons before returning to Arthur. "You saw the coyote bride," he said quietly, leaning closer across the bar. "Don't usually show herself to strangers passing through. Must be something about you caught her attention." Arthur took another sip of whiskey, uncomfortable with the attention his comment had drawn. Several of the local patrons were watching him now with undisguised interest. "I'm not one for ghost stories. Probably just some woman who—" "No woman walks Coyote Pass after dark," interrupted a voice from nearby. "Not living, anyway." Arthur turned to find an elderly man observing him from a nearby table. Despite his advanced years, the man's eyes were sharp and alert, reflecting the lamplight with keen intelligence. His clothing was practical but well maintained, the attire of someone who spent considerable time outdoors, yet took pride in his appearance. "This is Samuel Watts," the bartender explained. "Knows more about the bride than anyone. Been collecting stories about her for years." "Not collecting," Samuel corrected mildly. "Preserving. There's a difference." He gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Join me, friend. Seems you've become part of the story now." Arthur hesitated only briefly before moving to the indicated seat, bringing his whiskey with him. The old man studied him with open curiosity, as if Arthur were some rare specimen encountered in the wild. "Samuel Watts," he introduced himself formally, extending a weathered hand. "Local historian of sorts, though most folks just call me the Desert Hermit on account of my cabin up in the hills." "Arthur Morgan," Arthur replied, shaking the offered hand. The grip was surprisingly firm for a man of his years. "Just passing through, tracking a bounty." Samuel nodded thoughtfully. "Yet the bride chose to show herself to you. Interesting." He leaned back in his chair, stroking his silver beard. "Did she speak to you?" "No," Arthur said, taking another sip of whiskey. "Just stood there with her arms outstretched. Had a coyote with her that howled something fierce. Made my horse nervous." "And you, did she make you nervous too?" Arthur considered the question, remembering the profound sorrow that had emanated from the spectral figure. "Not scared exactly, more sad. Like I was witnessing something private. a grief that wasn't meant for others to see. Samuel's eyes brightened with interest. Most who encounter her speak of fear, of wanting to flee. You felt her sorrow instead. Curious. He reached into his vest pocket, extracting a small leather-bound notebook that he placed on the table between them. I've documented every sighting of the bride for nearly 30 years. Would you mind telling me exactly what you saw? Arthur relayed the encounter in detail, the bride's stillness, the coyote's protective stance, the overwhelming sense of longing that had permeated the air around her. He found himself sharing his own response as well, how her grief had touched something within him, drawing out empathy rather than fear. Samuel listened intently, occasionally making notes in his small book with a stubby pencil. When Arthur finished, the old man sat back, tapping the pencil thoughtfully against the page. "You're the first to report speaking to her," he said after a moment. "Most are too frightened or simply ride past as quickly as possible, and she's never been known to respond to the living in any way." Arthur shrugged uncomfortably. "Don't know that she responded exactly. She turned and walked away after I spoke. Could have done that anyway." "Perhaps," Samuel conceded. "Or perhaps you offered something she needed to hear." He closed his notebook, tucking it and the pencil back into his vest pocket. "Do you know her story, Mr. Morgan?" "Only rumors, something about being abandoned on her wedding day." Samuel nodded, signaling the bartender for 2 more whiskeys before continuing. "Her name was Eleanor Blackwood. Came west with her family in 1851, settled in these parts when Coyote Springs was little more than a few tents and hopeful prospectors. Beautiful girl by all accounts, refined Eastern education, gentle manner, determined spirit, the kind that blooms even in harsh desert soil." Fresh drinks arrived and Samuel took a measured sip before continuing. "She fell in love with a man named Thomas Hayes, rancher's son from the North Valley. By all accounts, it was a genuine love match. Rare enough in those days when marriages were often matters of convenience or necessity." Arthur found himself drawn into the narrative, the old man's storytelling bringing the historical figures to life in a way that made his earlier encounter feel more substantial, more significant. They were to be married in the spring of 1853. Eleanor had a dress shipped from St. Louis, white satin with pearl beading that cost her father half a year's savings. The whole settlement prepared for the celebration. It was to be the first proper wedding in Coyote Springs. Samuel's eyes took on a distant quality, as if seeing into the past rather than the dimly lit saloon around them. The morning of the wedding, Thomas rode out to collect his brother, who was arriving on the stage from back east. They were to return by noon, with the ceremony planned for 2 o'clock at the small church that stood where the mercantile is now. But he never came back, Arthur guessed, the familiar pattern of heartbreak as old as humanity itself. "Oh, he came back," Samuel corrected, a hint of bitterness entering his voice. "Just not for the wedding. Turned out his brother had brought news that Thomas's childhood sweetheart had been widowed back in Chicago. The woman he'd always truly wanted was finally available to him." Arthur's expression hardened. "So he abandoned his bride for another woman?" "Not immediately," Samuel continued. "The coward couldn't face her. Sent a note saying he'd been delayed, that the wedding would have to be postponed a day. Then another note the next day with another excuse. For a week, Eleanor waited, her wedding dress carefully preserved, refusing to believe he would truly abandon her." The old man took another sip of whiskey, his gaze now fixed on some middle distance. "On the 7th day, she put on her wedding dress and veil, determined to find him herself. She set out on foot through Coyote Pass, convinced he must be in trouble, that only misfortune could keep him from her side. A spring storm blew in, unusual for the season but vicious. They found her 3 days later at the north end of the pass. She died of exposure, still in her wedding finery. Arthur felt a heaviness settle in his chest, imagining the desperate journey through the canyon, hope gradually giving way to despair as realization dawned. And Thomas left for Chicago the very day Eleanor walked into that canyon. Married his widow within a month. Samuel's voice had grown hard. When news reached him of Eleanor's death, he reportedly said it was unfortunate, but for the best, since he wouldn't have to face her again. Bastard, Arthur muttered, draining his glass. Indeed, Samuel agreed. The true tragedy is that Eleanor died never knowing the truth, that she'd been abandoned, discarded for another. Her spirit remains in that limbo of uncertainty, forever waiting, forever reaching out for a man who never intended to return. Arthur thought of the bride's outstretched arms, the profound longing in the simple gesture. What about the coyote? That part of the legend true as well? Samuel smiled slightly. Ah, that's where things get interesting. During the search for Eleanor, rescuers reported seeing a large coyote leading them in the right direction. When they found her body, the same animal was guarding it, wouldn't let them approach until the girl's father arrived. Then it vanished into the rocks and was never seen again. He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Local Navajo say it was a skinwalker, a human who could take animal form. They believe it was Eleanor's mother who died in childbirth and watched over her daughter from the spirit world. When she couldn't save Eleanor from death, she remained to protect her spirit. Arthur wasn't sure what to make of such claims, but after what he'd witnessed in the past, he was less inclined to dismiss them outright. So her ghost wanders because she doesn't know she was betrayed. Still waiting for a man who never meant to come back? That's the common belief, Samuel confirmed. She appears most often to travelers in emotional turmoil, those suffering loss or betrayal themselves, as if grief calls to grief across the divide. Arthur shifted uncomfortably, aware that the old man's penetrating gaze seemed to see more than he wished to reveal. His own history of love and loss wasn't something he discussed, especially not with strangers in saloons. Interesting tale, he said, deliberately casual, but I'm more concerned with finding Jackson Slater than chasing ghost stories. Samuel didn't seem offended by the change of subject. Of course, though I wonder... He hesitated, studying Arthur with renewed interest. There's something I've been researching, a theory about the bride. If you're still in town tomorrow evening, I'd appreciate your assistance with a small experiment. Nothing dangerous, simply a visit to the pass at dusk. Arthur's immediate instinct was to refuse. He had a bounty to track, money to earn, and Dutch would be expecting his return to camp within the week. Ghost hunting with an eccentric old man wasn't part of his plans. Yet something about the encounter in the canyon had affected him deeply, had touched something buried within his own history of regret and loss. Before he could properly consider the implications, he found himself nodding. All right, Mr. Watts. I'll hear you out tomorrow, but I make no promises beyond that. Samuel's weathered face broke into a genuine smile. Excellent. Meet me here at 4 o'clock, and, Mr. Morgan... He fixed Arthur with a meaningful look. Consider what message you might have for someone trapped by false hope. What truth would set your own heart free if you were in her position? With that enigmatic question hanging between them, the old man rose from the table with surprising agility and departed the saloon, leaving Arthur to consider what exactly he had agreed to, and why the fate of a woman dead for over 40 years should matter so much to either of them. Morning in Coyote Springs brought clarity and purpose back to Arthur's thoughts. The previous night's conversation with Samuel Watts seemed less significant in the harsh light of day. The ghost bride, more likely a trick of twilight shadows and an overactive imagination fueled by local legends. He spent the early hours at the sheriff's office, confirming that Jackson Slater had indeed passed through the settlement 3 days prior, heading northwest toward the mountains. The information was useful but frustrating. It meant more travel, more time away from camp, more explaining to do when he finally returned to Dutch and the others. After arranging for supplies at the general store, Arthur found himself with hours to spare before his arranged meeting with Samuel. Despite his skepticism about ghosts and hauntings in the daylight hours, he was reluctantly curious about the old man's experiment. Enough, at least, to delay his pursuit of Slater for one more day. He used the time to explore the small settlement, sketching its modest structures and occasional residents in his journal, adding brief observations in his cramped handwriting. When the afternoon heat became oppressive, he sought shelter in the dusty cactus, nursing a beer while catching fragments of local conversation. Arthur looked up to find Samuel Watt standing beside his table, dressed in the same practical attire as the previous evening, but now carrying a worn leather satchel over one shoulder. The old man's eyes held an eager gleam that suggested he'd spent the day in productive preparation. "Right on time," Arthur observed, draining the last of his beer and rising from his seat. "So, what's this experiment you're so fired up about?" Samoni gestured toward the saloon doors. "Walk with me. I'll explain as we go." Outside, the late afternoon sun had lost some of its intensity, casting longer shadows across the settlement's single dusty street. They walked toward the edge of town, where the rutted road began its winding journey into Coyote Pass. "I've documented over 60 sightings of the bride," Samuel began once they were beyond the immediate vicinity of the saloon. "Patterns emerge when you study such phenomena systematically. She appears almost exclusively at dusk, always in the same section of the pass, and nearly always to travelers experiencing emotional distress of some kind." "I wasn't in distress," Arthur objected. Samuel gave him a sidelong glance that suggested he thought otherwise, but was too polite to contradict directly. "Perhaps not overtly, but you saw her, spoke to her, and most importantly, she responded to you, however subtle that response might have been. That makes you unique among witnesses." They continued walking, the road gradually narrowing as canyon walls began to rise on either side. Arthur noted how the afternoon light created angular patterns across the rock faces, natural beauty that contrasted sharply with the melancholy tale associated with this place. "My theory," Samuel continued, "is that Eleanor's spirit remains because she never learned the truth. Her last mortal thoughts were concern for her fiancé, belief in his love, determination to find him. If someone could tell her what really happened, that she wasn't abandoned through misfortune but betrayal, perhaps she might find peace." Arthur glanced at the old man skeptically. "You want to explain to a ghost that her fiancé was a lying bastard? How exactly is that supposed to bring peace?" "Sometimes truth, however painful, is more freeing than hopeful delusion," Samuel replied seriously. "Eleanor's spirit continues reaching out, waiting for a man who will never come. That's the cruelest kind of limbo, eternal expectation without possibility of fulfillment." They had reached a section of the pass where the trail curved sharply around a massive boulder, the same location, Arthur realized, where he had encountered the bride the previous evening. Samuel set down his satchel and began removing its contents. A folded white cloth, a small wooden box, and a leather-bound book that appeared to be a Bible. "These belong to Eleanor," he explained, carefully unfolding the cloth to reveal a delicate lace handkerchief embroidered with the initials EB. The handkerchief was a gift from her mother before she died. The box contains letters from Thomas during their courtship. And this, he held up the Bible, was to be their wedding gift from the preacher. How did you get these? Arthur asked, surprised. Eleanor's father kept them until his death. Afterward, they passed through various hands. I've spent years tracking down items connected to her history. Samavel arranged the objects carefully on a flat rock beside the trail. Physical connections to her mortal life may help strengthen her manifestation. Arthur watched these preparations with a mixture of skepticism and reluctant curiosity. Part of him still believed this entire endeavor was foolishness, the well-intentioned but misguided obsession of a lonely old man. Yet his encounter the previous night had been real enough, had touched something genuine within him. "And what am I supposed to do in this scenario?" he asked, as Samuel completed his arrangement of the personal items. "You're the conduit," Samuel said simply. "For whatever reason she responded to you, perhaps because you understand something about waiting for those who won't return, about promises broken by circumstance or choice." Arthur stiffened slightly. "You don't know anything about me. I know grief when I see it, Mr. Morgan. I know the weight of regret and the shadow of loss. I've spent my life documenting the stories of heartbreak in this region, not just Eleanor's, but dozens of others. Human sorrow has its own language, and you speak it fluently, whether you acknowledge it or not." The directness of this assessment left Arthur momentarily speechless. He was saved from formulating a response by Samuel's continued instructions. "When she appears, if she appears, speak to her as you did before. Tell her about Thomas, about his choice to abandon her for another woman. Tell her that her death wasn't in vain, but was an act of profound love and loyalty, even if that love was betrayed." Arthur shook his head doubtfully. "And you think that will set her free, learning she died for a man who didn't deserve her devotion?" "I think truth has power," Samuel replied. "And I think you, specifically, might be able to help her understand that some betrayals aren't worth an eternity of waiting." He paused, studying Arthur intently. "Perhaps in helping her find peace, you might find some measure of it yourself." Arthur turned away, uncomfortable with the suggestion that he needed any such thing. He focused instead on the deepening shadows as the sun sank lower behind the canyon walls, bringing the transition from day to twilight that supposedly facilitated the bride's appearance. They waited in silence as the quality of light changed around them, the air cooling rapidly as it often did in desert regions. Arthur found himself growing increasingly tense, eyes scanning the trail ahead for any sign of movement, ears attuned to the slightest sound that might presage a spectral manifestation. "This is ridiculous," he muttered after 20 minutes had passed without incident. "Ghosts don't appear on command, and they certainly don't." He stopped abruptly as a familiar howl echoed through the canyon, mournful and penetrating, raising goosebumps along his arms despite the relative warmth of the evening. Samuel straightened beside him, eyes widening with anticipation. "She's coming," the old man whispered. "Remember what I told you?" Arthur's mouth went dry as a figure appeared around the bend ahead. The same white-clad bride he'd encountered the previous evening, her form more substantial than he remembered, the details of her wedding dress clearly visible in the fading light. The veil still obscured her face, but her posture conveyed the same profound longing, arms extended slightly, as if perpetually ready to embrace a returning lover. Arthur prepared a basic meal of beans and jerky, handing a portion to Slater before settling across the fire from him. They ate in silence for a time, the crackling of the flames and distant cry of a hunting owl, the only sounds disturbing the gathering darkness. "How'd you do it?" Slater asked eventually, setting aside his empty plate. Help the ghost, I mean, if you don't mind my asking. Arthur considered deflecting the question, but found himself strangely willing to discuss the experience, perhaps because it still felt unresolved in his own mind, still carried meanings he hadn't fully processed. Told her the truth, he said simply, that the man she'd been waiting for had already betrayed her, abandoned her for another woman, that her death wasn't a tragic accident, but the result of misplaced faith in someone who didn't deserve it. Slater nodded thoughtfully. Must have been hard to hear, even for a ghost. Learning you died for nothing. Not nothing, Arthur corrected, remembering Samuel's words. Her loyalty, her devotion, those were real even if they were given to someone unworthy. That's what freed her in the end, I think. Understanding that her virtues weren't diminished by his betrayal. Wise perspective, Slater observed, though cold comfort when you're facing the consequences of another's deception. Arthur studied him across the fire, noting the controlled resignation in the man's posture. If Slater was playing a role, he was doing it convincingly, maintaining the dignified bearing of someone suffering injustice, rather than fleeing deserved punishment. If your story's true, Arthur said after a moment, why not stay and fight it? Why run and make yourself look guilty? A bitter smile crossed Slater's features. You ever seen what happens when money and power decide someone's guilty? The manager who planned that robbery is cousin to the mayor of Armadillo. The teller who helped him was conveniently silenced. And me? He gestured to himself with his cuffed hands. Drifter with no connections. Perfect scapegoat. They gave me a choice. Hang for murder and robbery or disappear. I chose to live. The explanation had a ring of plausibility to it that Arthur couldn't easily dismiss. He'd witnessed enough corruption in his travels to know that justice often bent toward those with influence rather than those with innocence. We'll see what Sheriff Davis has to say, he replied non-committally. Get some sleep. Long ride tomorrow. The sheriff in Tumbleweed proved to be a lean, weathered man in his 50s with shrewd eyes that evaluated the newcomers with professional assessment. His deputy, a younger man with an unfortunate attempt at a mustache, stood as they entered, hand moving instinctively toward his holstered revolver. Sheriff Davis, Arthur began. Name's Arthur Morgan. I've brought in Jackson Slater on the Armadillo bank robbery warrant. He's requested to be delivered here rather than there, says you know him. Davis's gaze shifted to Slater, recognition and something like concern flickering across his features. Jackson, been looking for you since I heard about that mess in Armadillo. He gestured toward a chair. Sit down, son. You look like you've been through hell. The familiarity of the greeting confirmed at least part of Slater's story. The sheriff clearly knew him, and not merely as a wanted criminal. Deputy, fetch some coffee, Davis instructed before turning his attention back to Arthur. You're a bounty hunter, I take it? Don't recall seeing you in these parts before. Just following the warrant, Arthur replied neutrally, watching the interaction between sheriff and prisoner with careful attention. Slater claims he's innocent, that bringing him here instead of Armadillo gives him a chance at fair treatment. Davis nodded slowly, studying Slater with an expression that mingled concern with professional assessment. Known Jackson here for several years. Worked security for mining operations, stage companies. Got a solid reputation for honesty. His gaze sharpened, which is why that Armadillo business never sat right with me. The deputy returned with mugs of coffee, distributing them before settling behind his desk with undisguised curiosity about the proceedings. Davis took a long sip before continuing. Got a telegram from Sheriff Collins about the robbery. Details were muddy from the start. 5,000 missing, one teller dead, multiple witness accounts that contradicted each other. He fixed Slater with a direct look. Want to tell me your version now that you're here? Slater recounted the same story he'd told Arthur, his role with Harding Mining Company, the inside information about the planned robbery, his attempt to prevent it, that ended with him wounded and framed. Throughout the telling, Davis listened with the practiced neutrality of a man who'd heard many tales, both true and false, in his years wearing a badge. "The bank manager," Davis said when Slater finished. "Martin Edwards. He's the mayor's cousin, correct?" Slater nodded. "And the mastermind behind the whole thing. Used the teller to help with access, then silenced him afterward. I was just the convenient outsider who could take the blame." Davis leaned back in his chair, considering. "That matches some information I've received since the incident. Had a letter from a Pinkerton agent investigating bank robberies across the territory. He noted similarities between the Armadillo job and two others, where Edwards briefly served as a consultant to the targeted banks." Arthur watched this exchange with growing interest. If true, Slater's situation paralleled Eleanor's in ways he hadn't fully appreciated. Another victim of betrayal and deception, though still living and with a chance to change his fate. "What happens now?" Arthur asked, drawn into the proceedings despite his usual practice of collecting payment and departing swiftly. Davis scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Officially, there's still a warrant for Jackson's arrest. I'm obligated to hold him." He stood, moving to a filing cabinet where he retrieved papers and a ring of keys. "Unofficially, I believe there's more to this story that deserves investigation before he faces a judge who might be influenced by Armadillo politics." He sorted through the keys, selecting one which he used to unlock a drawer in his desk. "The bounty's still valid regardless of where he's delivered." Davis counted out notes and coins, pushing them across the desk toward Arthur. $500, as advertised. You've done your job, Mr. Morgan." Arthur hesitated, looking from the money to Slater, whose expression remained carefully neutral despite the stakes of the conversation. After a moment, Arthur collected the payment, tucking it into his satchel. "And Slater?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his usual detachment. "Will be held in my custody while I communicate with the Territorial Marshal's office," Davis replied. "If his claims have merit, and I suspect they do, there'll be a proper investigation into Edwards and his connections." He offered a thin smile. "Justice moves slowly sometimes, but it does move." Slater extended his hand toward Arthur. "Thank you for listening, for bringing me here instead of Armadillo. Not many would have." Arthur shook the offered hand after a brief hesitation. "Hope it works out how you say." He nodded toward Davis. "Sheriff." Outside the office, Arthur paused on the weathered boardwalk, considering his options. The bounty was collected, his official business concluded. By rights, he should begin the journey back to camp, where Dutch and the others would be expecting his return with the funds that would help sustain their itinerant community. Yet something about the encounter in the canyon had affected him deeply, had touched something buried within his own history of regret and loss. Before he could properly consider the implications, he found himself wandering toward the town's modest saloon, a desire for reflection overcoming his usual efficiency. The establishment was nearly empty at this hour, just a bartender polishing glasses and a single patron dozing at a corner table. Arthur ordered whiskey and settled at a quiet table, removed from the window where afternoon sunlight streamed in bands across the worn floorboards. The bounty money weighed in his satchel like something alive. Payment for a job completed, yet one whose conclusion felt unfinished somehow. He sipped his drink slowly, thoughts turning to Eleanor Blackwood, He reached into his vest pocket, extracting her delicate handkerchief to study it in the muted light. The initials EB were still clearly visible in the corner, fine stitching that had survived decades, while its owner had not. "Pretty thing." The voice startled Arthur from his contemplation. He looked up to find an elderly woman regarding him from a nearby table, a wizened figure with intelligent eyes that belied her advanced years. "Belong to someone special?" Arthur considered deflecting the inquiry, but found himself responding with unexpected honesty. "Someone I helped recently, though she's been gone a long time." The woman nodded as if this made perfect sense. Some presences linger long after the person has departed, especially those with unfinished business. She studied him with surprising acuity. "You've got that look about you, someone who's walked between worlds recently." The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. Arthur tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket, uneasy with the woman's insights. "Don't know what you mean." She smiled, creases deepening around eyes that had witnessed decades of human experiences. No offense meant, just an old woman who notices things. The veil between worlds thins in certain places, Coyote Pass being one of them. Those who've crossed between carry a certain awareness afterward. Temporary, usually, but unmistakable to those who know what to look for. Arthur stiffened at the mention of Coyote Pass. "You know about the bride. Most old-timers in these parts do," she confirmed. "I knew Eleanor when I was just a girl. Beautiful, kind-hearted woman. Her death was a tragedy that stained the whole territory." She studied Arthur with renewed interest. "You helped her somehow, didn't you? That's why you carry her handkerchief." Normally, Arthur would have dismissed such conversation as nonsense or superstition, but after what he'd witnessed in the canyon, his usual skepticism felt hollow. "She needed to know the truth," he said simply, "that the man she waited for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced." The woman nodded slowly. "Truth can hurt and heal in equal measure. Some spirits linger because they cling to comforting lies rather than face painful reality." Her gaze grew distant, reflective, not unlike the living in that regard. The parallel to his own thoughts was striking. Arthur finished his whiskey, unsettled by the conversation, yet strangely reluctant to end it. "You speak like you've had experience with such things. When you live as long as I have in places where the boundaries are thin, you learn to recognize the patterns," she replied. "The dead aren't so different from the living. Both can be trapped by false hopes, by loyalties to those who don't deserve them, by promises that should be broken for their own freedom." The words echoed Samuel Watts's observations so closely that Arthur found himself wondering if the two had discussed their philosophies, or if such insights simply became obvious to those who lived long enough in proximity to life's transitions. "Like your bounty," the woman continued with a knowing smile. "The one Sheriff Davis is holding. A man falsely accused, betrayed by those he trusted, nearly destroyed by lies until someone chose to see beyond the convenient story." Arthur's wariness returned sharply. "How do you know about that?" She chuckled softly. "Small town. News travels faster than dust in a whirlwind." She gestured toward his empty glass. "But I didn't mean to intrude on your contemplations. Just thought it interesting. A man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now helping a living soul in similar straits. Patterns repeating themselves, as they tend to do." Before Arthur could respond, she rose with surprising agility for one of her years. "Safe travels, wherever you're headed next. And remember, recognition is the first step toward change." for spirits and men alike. With a slight nod, she departed, leaving Arthur alone with thoughts more unsettled than before. He considered ordering another whiskey, but decided against it. The day was wearing on, and he needed to begin the journey back to camp if he hoped to make decent progress before nightfall. Rising from the table, he left payment for his drink and stepped outside into the harsh desert sunlight. Athena waited patiently at the hitching post where he'd left her. As Arthur checked her tack and prepared for departure, he found his gaze drawn repeatedly toward the sheriff's office. Slater was in good hands with Davis, he reassured himself. The system would work as it should, or it wouldn't. Either way, Arthur had fulfilled his part by bringing in his bounty. Yet something felt incomplete, a loose thread in a pattern he was only beginning to discern. Eleanor had found peace through truth after decades of waiting. Slater might find justice through a similar revealing of reality if Davis's investigations proved fruitful. What about Arthur himself? What truths might be waiting for his recognition? What chains might be broken by honest acknowledgement of realities he'd long avoided facing? He mounted Athena with practiced ease, directing her toward the trail that would eventually lead back to camp. The afternoon sun cast his shadow long ahead of him, a silhouette stretching toward a future still unclear, despite years of following the same path. As tumbleweed receded behind him, Arthur found his thoughts settling into unusual clarity. Perhaps it wasn't mere coincidence that had led him to encounter Eleanor's spirit, to hear Slater's story and choose a different destination than originally planned. Perhaps these experiences were connected by something deeper than chance, waypoints on a journey of recognition he had been avoiding for longer than he cared to admit. Dutch's grand vision of freedom and justice had long been Arthur's guiding star, his reason for enduring the outlaw life with its violence and transience. But increasingly, that vision seemed to blur at the edges, to shift in ways that left Arthur questioning its fundamental premise. Were they truly fighting for something noble, or merely surviving by whatever means necessary, while dressing their actions in idealistic language? He'd never voiced these doubts aloud, had barely acknowledged them even to himself. Loyalty to Dutch, to the gang, had been the cornerstone of his existence for too long to challenge easily. Yet Eleanor's story had shown the potential cost of unquestioning faith, of loyalty maintained past the point where evidence suggested it was misplaced. The handkerchief in his pocket seemed to carry new significance, not merely a memento of a strange encounter, but a reminder that freedom sometimes required painful recognition of truths long avoided. That chains could be broken when one finally acknowledged their existence. Perhaps, Arthur thought as he rode steadily westward, the most important ghost he'd encountered wasn't Eleanor at all, but the spectre of the idealistic young man he'd once been, a ghost still waiting for promises that would never be fulfilled, for a noble outcome to a path that increasingly led only to more violence and disillusionment. Night found him camped beside a small stream, Athena grazing nearby while he stared into a modest fire. He'd made good progress, covering nearly 20 miles before darkness necessitated stopping. Another day and a half would see him back at camp, back to the familiar rhythm of gang life, back to Dutch's grand plans and Micah's needling, and the endless cycle of scores and escapes and temporary refuges. Yet something had shifted within him, a perspective altered by his experiences since leaving camp on what should have been a routine bounty hunt. The fire's flames danced before his eyes, conjuring images of Eleanor in her wedding dress, of Slater in Sheriff Davis's office, of patterns repeating across the boundaries between living and dead. Arthur extracted his journal from his satchel, turning to a fresh page by the fire's flickering light. For several moments, he stared at the blank paper, pencil hovering uncertainly before finally beginning to write. Delivered Slater to Tumbleweed today. Man might actually be innocent of the crimes he's wanted for, victim of betrayal and circumstance rather than an outlaw by choice. Sheriff Davis seems inclined to investigate further before judgment is passed. Collected the bounty either way, though somehow it doesn't feel quite as satisfying as usual. Keep thinking about Eleanor, the ghost bride at Coyote Pass. How she spent 40 years waiting for a man who'd already betrayed her, trapped by faith in promises that were broken before her death. Samuel Watts said truth was what finally set her free, painful as it was to accept. Makes me wonder what truths I might be avoiding. What promises I keep believing despite evidence to the contrary. Dutch talks about freedom, about fighting the system that oppresses common folk, about building something better than what we're running from. Used to believe in that vision without question. Now, he paused, the pencil hovering above the page as he struggled to articulate thoughts long suppressed. Now I'm not so certain. Each job seems to bring us no closer to that promised land Dutch describes so eloquently. Just more running, more violence, more innocent folk caught in the crossfire of our supposed noble crusade. Beginning to wonder if we're fighting the system, or just adding to its cruelty in our own way. Eleanor lost 40 years to a lie she never questioned. How much time have I lost to similar blind faith? And how much more can I afford to lose before I end up another ghost, trapped by loyalties that should have been examined more carefully? Arthur closed the journal, tucking it away before stoking the fire for the night. Questions without clear answers circled in his mind as he settled onto his bedroll, stars wheeling overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. Tomorrow would bring another day of travel, another step closer to rejoining the gang and the life he'd long accepted as his destiny. But something had awakened within Arthur Morgan, a questioning that couldn't easily be silenced, a recognition that some chains were of one's own making, maintained by choice rather than necessity. As sleep claimed him, Arthur's last conscious thought was of Eleanor and her mother walking hand in hand into darkness, freed at last from bonds that had held them far too long. Perhaps someday he might find similar release from the invisible chains he was only now beginning to acknowledge, might find the courage to seek a different path when the moment for decision finally arrived. For now, that recognition would have to be enough, the first tentative step toward a freedom he'd long claimed to seek but had never truly understood until a ghostly bride had shown him the true meaning of liberation. The camp was exactly as Arthur had left it nearly 2 weeks earlier, tents and wagons arranged in the familiar pattern that had become home, at least temporarily, for Dutch Vanderlin's increasingly notorious gang. As he approached through late afternoon shadows, Arthur noted the usual activities. Pearson working at his butcher table, Miss Grimshaw directing camp chores with her customary efficiency, John and Charles engaged in conversation near the coffee pot. Dutch emerged from his tent as Arthur dismounted, his charismatic presence immediately drawing attention. "Arthur, beginning to think you'd gotten lost out there, son." He approached with open arms, clapping Arthur on the shoulder with genuine warmth. "Successful venture, I hope?" "Successful enough," Arthur confirmed, retrieving the bounty money from his satchel and handing it to Dutch. 500 for Slater, as promised. Dutch counted the money with practiced efficiency before tucking it into his vest pocket. "Excellent work. Every contribution brings us closer to our goal." His perceptive gaze studied Arthur's expression. "Though you seem preoccupied. Trouble with the bounty? Arthur hesitated, unexpectedly reluctant to share his experiences. How could he explain Eleanor's ghost, or the strange parallels he'd found in Slater's situation, or the questions these encounters had awakened regarding his own path? Nothing serious, he replied finally, just took longer than expected to track him down. Dutch seemed to accept this explanation, though his eyes retained a hint of curiosity. Well, you're back now, and that's what matters. We've been planning something significant. Train carrying payroll for the mining operations up north. Micah brought the information. His voice lowered conspiratorially. Could be our biggest score yet. Arthur nodded, falling automatically into the familiar pattern of gang business. Sounds promising. Let me get Athena settled, then you can fill me in on the details. As Dutch moved away to speak with Hosea, Arthur led his horse toward the hitching posts, aware of a strange sense of displacement, as if he were observing his return from outside himself. The camp was unchanged, the gang members engaged in their usual activities, Dutch already planning the next score. Yet Arthur felt profoundly different, altered in ways he couldn't fully articulate even to himself. While tending to Athena, he found his hand moving unconsciously to his vest pocket, fingers brushing against Eleanor's handkerchief. The delicate fabric seemed to connect two worlds, the supernatural encounter in Coyote Pass and his everyday reality here among the living. A bridge between what was and what might be, if he found the courage to cross it. "You okay, Arthur?" John Marston's voice interrupted his thoughts. The younger outlaw approached with his characteristic slouching gait, cigarette dangling from his lips. "Look like you've seen a ghost." The irony of the observation nearly made Arthur laugh. "Something like that," he admitted. "Been an interesting couple of weeks." John studied him with surprising perception. "Dutch is excited about this train job. Says it's going to set us up properly, maybe let us head west, finally." He hesitated, lowering his voice. "Between us. You think that's still the plan? Actually settling somewhere? Or just more of the same?" The question echoed Arthur's own recent doubts with uncomfortable precision. He glanced toward Dutch's tent, where the gang leader was engaged in animated conversation with Hosea and Micah, hands gesturing to emphasize whatever point he was making. "Don't know any more," Arthur admitted quietly. "Used to be clear. Now..." He shrugged, unable to articulate the full extent of his uncertainty. John nodded slowly, understanding reflected in his scarred face. "Yeah, me too." He took a final drag from his cigarette before dropping it and crushing it under his boot. "Abigail keeps talking about getting out, finding something stable for Jack's sake. Used to think she was being unrealistic." "And now?" Arthur prompted when John fell silent. "Now I wonder if she might be the only one seeing clearly." John met Arthur's gaze directly. "This life, it's got an expiration date, Arthur. Sooner we admit that, better chance we have of not being around when it arrives." Before Arthur could respond, Micah's voice called across the camp. "Morgan, good to see you back. Dutch wants to go over the train plan. You're a key part of it, naturally." The blonde outlaw's smile never reached his eyes as he gestured toward Dutch's tent. John gave Arthur a meaningful look before moving away. "Think about it," he murmured. As Arthur approached Dutch's tent, he found himself acutely aware of standing at a crossroads. One path leading deeper into the outlaw life that had defined him for so long, the other toward a future he could barely imagine, but which had begun to take nebulous form since his encounter with Eleanor's spirit. For now he would listen to Dutch plans, would play his assigned role in the coming job. But Eleanor's handkerchief rested against his chest like a talisman, a reminder that some chains could be broken, some patterns disrupted, some spirits freed when truth was finally acknowledged. Perhaps someday soon Arthur Morgan would find the courage to apply that lesson to his own life, to recognize that loyalty, however admirable, became a trap when given to those who no longer deserved it, that freedom sometimes meant walking away from familiar paths toward uncertain horizons, that the most important promises to keep were those made to oneself, about the kind of man one truly wished to be. For now, that recognition would have to be enough. The first fragile seed of change planted by a ghostly bride whose own liberation had somehow illuminated the possibility of his own. Time would tell whether that seed would flourish or wither, whether Arthur would find the strength to break his own chains when the crucial moment arrived. But as he ducked into Dutch's tent to discuss the upcoming train robbery, Arthur Morgan carried with him something he hadn't possessed before his journey to Coyote Pass, a glimpse of possibility, a glimmer of alternative futures, and the dawning awareness that sometimes the most important truths were those we finally admitted to ourselves. In his vest pocket, Eleanor Blackwood's handkerchief remained, a gossamer connection between worlds, a delicate reminder that freedom came in many forms, and that sometimes the most powerful liberation began with simply seeing the chains that had been invisible for far too long. And so the tale of Eleanor Blackwood and her spectral vigil in Coyote Pass came to its end. Arthur Morgan's encounter with the ghostly bride had changed something within him, planted seeds of recognition about the chains that bind us, sometimes of our own making. As the embers of our story fade, let us turn our attention to another whispered legend from the frontiers of the West. From a lovelorn bride to a treasure coveted by many, our journey continues with a tale of ambition, greed, and supernatural consequence. In the shadow of jagged mountains where desperate men sought fortune in the unforgiving earth, there exists a story passed between prospectors in hushed tones around midnight campfires, a warning wrapped in gold dust and tragedy. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.